Alrighty, welcome back to Pax Mithdosica. And today is a Maximus solo session, as I'm sure that you could guess. Maximus, it is a cold fall. For the first time in months, you find yourself free of your duties as an imperial judge. Elsewhere in the villa, you hear the sound of Corvus getting ready for a trip, and Zednius already left earlier that day. With the duty of judges stripped away from them, they have flown away from the nest. But what about you, Maximus? What do you do on a day with nothing otherwise scheduled?
Do I think that things are going to happen in like a week, or is it who knows how long things are going to take to happen again?
You were told by, it's worth reminding ourselves where we were at, because I also
That'd be great.
Had to rewatch it. Cato, so you got back you basically grouped back up with your fellow judges after their horrendous experiences in Ostatic, which you never witnessed. You returned to Nauseus. You spoke with Cato very briefly, and kind of off screen. And then you were like, well, I don't have anything else to contribute. I wasn't there in the depths of that hellish place. So then you went back to the villa, and that was yesterday. So waking up today on the 31st, you were told that you have a full guaranteed month, maybe longer, of downtime from Cato. Okay. It's the longest period of downtime you've had since I think since the Southern Frontier, Gela Isle, like that resting period.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I vaguely remember a centurion or someone high-ranking came to me and was like, there are things about with the Department of War wanting to gain more control, and that I could contribute somehow.
Certainly.
Can you spin me back up on the basics of that?
I can, yeah. So, so you met with a group called the Horatii in the city of Patricia. There were a bunch of people there. There was a man named Escalatus, a former Tribunus Equites of the 7th Legion. You met Galenus, the war hero. A bunch of different people. And they knew about you because of your past service and your new position. And while previously your injury had been disqualifying from the legions, now you had acquired enough personal prestige that they were trying to get you basically inside their officers' clique. The only problem is that you are currently a judge, and you also had this influence. Like, they could tell that someone else was attempting to bolster your career, so they assumed you were being puppeted. But when you were having a conversation with the legate of the 6th Legion during the Warrior Lodges session, you just full out and were completely honest. You told him Tullius has been kind of helping you along, but if they had a way of making you a senator, you would be more than happy to, cut those strings. And so because of that, you've been told that they will do their best to get you into the Department of War, get you out of being an imperial judge and get you transferred so that you can, fight Mythos' conflicts rather than work as a judge. But they also said it would take time.
Okay. And did I agree one way or the other, or did I say I was going to think on it?
You did indeed agree. Pretty emphatically, actually.
Oh, that's all right, cool. That's good.
Yeah.
That's good. Okay, so I just kind of have to sit tight for that then.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Sounds good.
It is also, actually, we'll talk about that in a later.
Alright. Well, that was a big thing. Who's here right now? Actually, I don't care about the others. Is Grania here at the moment?
Probably not. The answer is, I think basically everyone, like, day one left. I've played out most of it. So I played out 2 other solo sessions. They bounced out immediately. So the rest of the judges have taken flight and are busy.
Yucks! I wanted a chicken with her.
Unfortunate.
Well, I suppose I'll wander around the house for a little bit, meandering, actually seeing if anyone's here.
Yeah, so walking about, you can find that your fellow judges, while they have headed out, Most of them have left things behind. You know, they're clearly going to be coming back. Some of them may only be gone for a couple of days. Corvus in particular seems to have just taken like a quick day bag wherever he's headed. Yeah. I mean, is Maximus view himself as friends with his fellow judges?
Grania, yes.
Okay.
Yes. Zednius and I kind of just share the bond of like, hey, we've been here since the start.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't like Corvus very much. He gives me the heebie-jeebies.
It's funny that even though, you know, you forget many of the details of what's happened, you remember the vibes. And the vibes are, that guy's heebie-jeebie worthy.
I don't like him very much. Well, I remember some stuff about him.
Okay.
I don't know. I remember that he's, you know, what's that one organization he belongs to?
Sons of the Republic. But
Sons of the Republic. Yeah, that one. I don't know. Maximus doesn't know that, but
it's true. Well,
all right then. They're coming back.
Yeah.
That's nifty.
Yeah.
What to do then? What to do?
I mean, so I actually kind of remember the last time Maximus had this type of free time. It was when, after the Southern Frontier, you guys went back to the capital, and similarly to this, Maximus is like, well, what the fuck do I do now? He got so used to, like, going and fighting things.
Having direction.
Yeah.
Well, I remember I tried to go treasure hunting that one time, and
Indeed you did.
Went so horribly.
Yeah, the incident.
Yeah, that. I don't think I'm gonna try that again. Although, God, it was they made so much money that first time.
They did indeed, yeah.
I'm a bit low on money. Although that problem is going to be solved in about a couple weeks, right?
Yes. You know, it's marked on Maximus's calendar, or perhaps just in his brain, but it is estimated that in 2 weeks, the teleport scroll will finish selling, which, as a reminder, is worth 24,000 gold pieces.
Although I do owe a quarter, 20%. I owe 20% of that to one of the fathers.
Rixion. Yeah.
That one right there. I was thinking Hyperion, but good, close enough. I leveled up. God, this feels so old school D&D, but fucking, I guess, wander down, find a job board of some kind?
Sure, yeah. You exit the judge's villa, and now that you're just walking on the city street with, I mean, not a huge destination, just headed down towards the waterfront of Nasius, you start to realize just how many gazes you draw going about your daily business. I mean, you have mithril armor, you have a mithril helmet. You know, it may be in the legionary style, but this is, you know, your armor isn't like painted black to keep it dull. It glows practically with, you know, reflected morning light. And on a day like today in Nasius, where, you know, the sun is out, it's a bright day, despite the cold which permeates everything, it draws quite a bit of attention. And you also get the chance to observe Nasius itself. It's a city that's very orange this time of year because the roof tiles, which are all these like ceramic, like terracotta, at different times of the year, based on the surroundings, they can kind of be dull or not stand out, especially against a bright sky. But today, with this kind of like fog hanging over the city, they seem a lot more brighter by contrast. And heading down towards the docks, you can find that while Mithdosica, of course, has you know, they don't have quite cork boards with like, here, calling all adventurers, because you know, they're far too bureaucratic for that. But there are indeed listings, like bounty listings. But as you look at it, because this is only probably your second time ever looking at it, the first time would have been when you were hunting down that band of bandits trying to
yeah, all those years ago.
Yeah. the boards don't list things that are worthy of a judge. They would list
that makes sense.
Someone stole my horse. They list we have a land dispute and need a barrister to help us resolve it without having to go to court. It's stuff where if a 12th level judge rolls up, it's gonna be really silly.
But are we not the arm of the law? Is there nothing that is above our
you
position?
can do it.
Are we not supposed to be for the common people?
Yeah, you certainly are allowed to do it. There's it's a majority of it is thieves or land disputes. Because most other things are dealt with by some arm of the Imperial Hydra.
Is there one that seems particularly sad, or gets my feelings all working?
There is a listing calling for laborers to rebuild a burned down shrine.
Oh. Well, alright then. Okay. I'll figure out where that is, but before then, I need to go find someone who can do, oh god, what's that spell? You can, get dirt off you, or, make some little sparklies. Yeah, prestidigitation. Would that be sufficient for, painting a set of armor?
I think it would, but it would only last for a minute because prestidigitation is pretty limited.
Oh.
Yeah. Or an hour.
How does one go about coloring armor?
Weirdly enough, it's actually pretty simple. You can just go to a blacksmith.
Okay.
There are paints which can adhere to metal.
But that... Say I want to do that, but then month goes by, there's a fancy event I want to go to, and I want to be all sparkly again.
Yeah.
Can
Luckily
they do it in
you,
an hour or something?
Paint which adheres to metal, especially in this period before the invention of latex-based paints, it actually chips very easily. Most armors if you actually want black armor, for example, at least how they did it historically, is you wouldn't paint it because then it guaranteed would chip. You would actually burnish the metal and make sure it itself was black. So you could get your mithril armor painted and then it's going to chip like hell until eventually it's all gone, or you can get it manually removed. So yeah, you could remove it for a nice event or something.
How expensive is painting or retouching and such?
Stupidly cheap.
You're
basically only paying for labor. So in terms of your price scales, because your price scales are crazy inflated, it's fine. Because you're used to paying dozens of gold for shit.
Yeah.
Okay. It probably costs three electrum or something, and it'd take less than a day.
I didn't like wandering around having everyone stare at me. That wasn't fun.
Okay.
So I'm gonna go get my
weapons
paint.
and your shield and your judge's badge. There's a lot of other things that draws attention to you.
The judge's badge is fine. I can paint the shield too. The sword will stay sheathed.
Okay.
Nope. It's a warhammer.
So it is indeed a warhammer. Yeah.
Can't paint that because the moment I bonk someone, it's just gonna all chip.
It's true.
I can walk around with a mithril warhammer. That'll be like, oh hey, look at that, and then they'll forget about it.
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah, that armor was the most expensive part for sure.
What am I gonna do about Mickey though?
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know if it's the only set of mithril plate horse armor, but it is that's stupidly ostentatious. The only people that could afford that are like proconsuls and shit.
No, fuck it. I'm just gonna. Oh, but I want to be forest green. That'd be kind of cool. Could I get drapery for Mickey?
Certainly, yeah.
All right, I'll set about doing that. Let's get my My armor painted like a nice deep forest green. Same with the shield. And then get Mickey some nice drapery of the same color.
Yeah, the painting is 3 electrum. The drapery is a little bit more complicated. There is, of course, an industry for this, but drapery is less popular in mainland Mythdosia as it is in Praton and other more chivalrous societies that focus more on horse aesthetics. Mythdosia's relationship with horses is not quite as deep as those cultures, or even Tibratians. Luckily, you're in Gnossius, which is a cosmopolitan city. So there is a little tailor from Praton. He's, perhaps 5'4", which I think is significantly shorter than you. And while he makes all sorts of clothing, a big thing he makes is also decorative gear for horses. So bridles and draperies as well. And the two of you can, he'll show you various fabrics and all that stuff. And it's going to range in price a bit, but since you always seem to spend the most humanly possible on Mickey, it's going to be about 5 gold to get him some nice barding and drapery.
Yeah, excellent. Yes, obviously I spend the most I can on Mickey.
Of course.
Nothing but the best for my horse. Alright, 5 gold and 3 electrum. Okie dokie. Now that that's done, I'll divest myself of all of my valuables and such.
Alrighty.
And just wander around looking like a common schmuck.
Cool.
And I'll go help out with this here altar.
Yeah, so the village is located a little bit east of Gnossius, and by a little bit, I mean like less than a day's walk. In fact, it's so close that there's even a sign like just outside the city gate that tells you it's over there, which is kind of weird because that means it's nowhere near the front lines in any way, so it's a bit bizarre for it to be burnt down. And as you walk holding the reins of Mickey, and then after you exit the city, get back on horseback, it feels, there's an air in not just Gnossius, but in the Empire over the last couple of days since you've gotten back from the plains. When you first became a judge, which, as you think about it, was over a year ago now, it's a year and about a month, and there was this air of fear and this worry that the Empire was going to collapse, because anywhere you looked, horrible shit was happening. On the plains, the war was going bad. In the frontier, the undead were rising up and killing people. In Galahad, they were called, everywhere you looked, horrible shit was happening. But that's not really true anymore. The war in the plains is still not going great, but the Empire seems to be able to tank every loss it's ever suffered. And so while people are still, the vibe in the Empire is still kind of frightened, it's not as doomer as it was a year ago. Some people look at you in the eyes as you ride past them. The general demeanor is less concerned for the future. And eventually, you arrive at this little village. It's a classic Tibratian village, not Mythdosian in architectural style. There is a large longhouse, which is probably where either the quaestor or the boyar lives. There's a circular court, town center that a number of houses sit adjacent to. Each house has its own little garden behind it and fenced off area. And most of the town, since it's mid-October, is just kind of languishing about, people sitting on their front porches, kids playing behind houses. None of the snows have come in yet, but you still can't do agriculture, so it's just kind of this holding pattern, with one exception, which is next to the boyar's house, but separated by a kind of stone courtyard. There is what is clearly a burned out ruin. There is about 20 or so men in various states of physical exertion that are working to remove the rubble. There's no stone components, it's just burned wood, so they're removing burned planks and clearly deconstructing what was once a burned building, with a well-dressed man, probably the administrator of the town overseeing the process.
Okay. I'll walk up to him then.
Yeah, when he hears the clinking of metal of both you and Mickey, he looks back, and for a moment he seems a bit confused, and then something seems to click in his head, and he says, "Oh, are you a judge?"
Oh, I'm sorry, Alex. If it wasn't clear, I took my armor off, took Mickey's armor
you're
off.
going fully normal. You're just a guy on horse.
Yeah. I will have my judge's badge on me and a normal longsword, just because these are scary times. But I won't have the judge's badge visible.
Yeah. Then he'll just look back and see a stranger on a horse with a hammer, and he'll nod and say, "Hello."
Hello, I saw that there was a job posting. Help rebuild this shrine.
Yeah, we're not going to be doing much building today, though. Mostly just removing what's left.
Well, that's fine.
Where do you come from?
I'm from Nauseous.
Ah. No work there these days?
No work that appealed to me.
Fair enough.
This seems better.
Well, go and assist and he'll point towards a section. Mithdosian shrines are circular with little additions added on as the shrine develops. This was probably a newer shrine because it only had a single addition, which is probably where the presbyter or hieromonk, whoever was administering the shrine, would have slept. And he gestures you towards the expansion and says, "Well, go join that crew. Looks like they need some help."
Alrighty.
Yeah, and the work here is very simple. There are 2 other men working on the expansion. This section of the building has been heavily burnt, so they don't actually put their weight on, they don't step up inside of the burnt ruin to do anything because they're worried it's collapsing. So with you basically aid them, you get on a ladder, you take boards out, you have to break through a lot of nails, while Tabrashan architecture used to largely rely on basically woodless nailless joints, just because it saved metal, and metal was really expensive. Mithdosians don't do that shit. They have lots of metal. They don't care. The Atlian mountains give them more than enough metal to use nails quite liberally, and so you have to pry out a nail. They give you crowbars and various other tools. And the last time you did manual labor like this was definitely in the Legions, because every time you marched out, you would build a fort the night that you were making camp, and then you'd tear it down within a couple of days or a week. You had a lot of experience doing carpentry then. And the 2 men that are working with you, you speak to Brashen, right?
Yes, I do.
Okay. They talk to one another. They don't strike much conversation up with you. They're probably from this village, or at least from somewhere nearby. And it's work. You start to get some work on your muscles. Your strength is really high, right?
20.
Yeah, I mean, this is light work. High strength, high con. It's not like you're particularly skilled at the work. It's just not very hard either.
Yeah. I will ask one of them are they talking about what happened to it?
Yeah. What they're mostly talking about is how much snow they're gonna get in the winter. They're not talking about the shrine at all.
Oh, all right. I'll bring that up to them in Tabrashan then. What happened here?
One of them will look up and shrug, and the other one will say, it's something like a candle dropping, I think.
Dangerous. I'll go back to working.
He nods. And, I think as you're doing this very repetitive manual labor, you have a lot of time to think. And something that occurs is that Aurelian Soul is depicted as a bonfire or a brazier, some big burning flame. I mean, he's called the Divine Flame. and shrine burned down. It just seems kind of like weird symbolically. Yeah, you don't know what to make of that, but you're sure some priest out there would have some big insight to make on that.
I should go consult with a priest after this. You're right.
What does it mean?
This is oopy.
It's slow going work, but by the time you're done, you've basically destroyed the roof, or harvested the roof of this structure. The fire was pretty quick burning, so it was able to, most of the nails are still intact, it wasn't hot long enough for them to liquefy, and it certainly didn't get that hot. And eventually you guys take a lunch break. That seems to be fully provided. The locals have a sort of smorgasbord of grains and all of their byproducts. There is barley wine, and there is beer from the previous year. Everything you can make with cereals if you just process them in the right ways, bread, etc., etc. And you get a loaf and some wine and some beer and a single little clot of butter that you can do with whatever you please. You can eat it, you can put it on bread.
I'll also whip into my pack and grab some of Maximus's famous jerky.
Holy. One of the men that was working on the expansion with you will kind of walk over and crouch, and he'll reach into his own little travel pack. He must also get around for work, and he will withdraw a tiny little glass flask, which is pretty expensive, and he'll say, "One swig of this for a piece of your meat."
Oh. What is it?
Moonshine.
Sure, why not? I'll give him a piece of jerky.
Yeah. It has a little stopper in it, kind of like a wine bottle. And as he, begins to gnaw on the piece of jerky, you uncork the top.
I'll give it a sniff first.
Smells like ethanol. That is the main smell.
I'm an experienced drinker.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you've had Tabrashan moonshine before. It is as it sounds. It is, a highly concentrated, potentially blinding drink. Yeah, in the Legions, you would stay away from it, but that's mostly because people get mad at you if you went blind by drinking weird liquids.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But, I mean, hey, who can stop you now? You're a judge of the damn empire.
I still think if I went blind from moonshine, that probably wouldn't be
really
looked
funny.
upon favorably. I'll just take a small swig.
All right, roll a D100. Oh, it should be con based, so just roll a con check. Don't roll
if I get a 1 here,
yeah,
do I just go blind?
Listen,
do I just go blind, Alex?
Is a big risk in ye olden times, okay? There's a reason why distilled spirits didn't become very popular until the 20th and 19th centuries.
I got a 6.
Yeah, I mean,
it's
not like a low roll isn't bad here. I mean, you're going to get a little bit drunk, but it's only a single sip. It's more so, was there literal poison in it? And the answer was not this time. Congratulations.
Oh, that's good. Okay.
Yeah, you take a swig, you swirl it around your mouth. It burns. It doesn't really taste like anything other than alcohol, and then you swallow it. And
all right, and then I get a flashback of multiple sergeants and centurions telling me not to drink this, and I decide that's a bad idea.
And the man will reclaim his tiny little glass bottle, and he'll kind of look at you. You notice that it was actually quite full. Like, he had clearly not sipped from this, and he'll kind of look at you for a few seconds and gesture towards your stomach. Does it feel okay?
Well, I haven't gone blind, so seems fine.
You're crazy.
Why do you all drink that stuff?
He thinks and scratches his beard for a moment. Beer is like water. It's not very strong. It doesn't taste like much. It looks like piss. But this, it is a blessing from the pure lake, especially the stuff that doesn't hurt you. I could drink this and I would forget my own name.
It's true. And then 1 in 20 of you go blind.
Well, this is
Fair
why you must
trade-off,
buy
I
it from
suppose.
alchemists. That is my secret trick to you. Alchemists know how to do the boiling and make sure that they do not make a poison. You buy it from a farmer and you're going to die.
Did you buy this from an alchemist?
Of course I did.
Oh, okay.
I wanted to be able to drink it.
Ah, fair enough.
I bought it from a Mithdosian in Marsonia. I assumed if he's Mithdosian and he's an alchemist, he's probably quite smart.
I'm gonna think back on all the alchemists I've met over my adventures.
Yeah.
Did they seem particularly smart?
I don't know. I don't know if you have met any alchemists. I'm thinking about in all of PAX. I don't know if you've encountered a single.
Oh, that's a good. Maybe I'm thinking of Voyages of the Defiance. We met a few of them then.
A few.
Oh, I guess not. Okay.
It is snowing. I will be right back. I'm gonna go look at the snow. It'll take like 10 seconds.
Okay.
Okay, so you drink the mystery liquid, alchemists. No, I don't think you've met any alchemists. Though I was thinking while I was looking, and the only one you have met is like alchemisty person is do you remember in Gela Isle there was that one like professor guy, Professor Pushton? But he wasn't like an alchemist by trade, but he like knew esoteric shit.
The one that got terrified by everything that happened.
Yeah, that one.
Well, I didn't think he was very... Well, no, he sounded smart, so I suppose he was pretty smart. Yeah. Oh, okay. Alright.
Yeah.
Alright. I'll, peek around, see if anyone has anything else worth trading some jerky for.
Basically everyone does. The thing is, none of the people that are on this work crew are from this village. For whatever reason, this town is not particularly interested in repairing this church at all, or at least the townsfolk aren't. The local administrator was, and the other people here that have come, these travelers, they each have things to share. Some of them have dried cheeses, some of them have dried fruits. It's the travel food that you've largely avoided because you just ignore all that shit. You just buy beef jerky. You don't have to think about it. But at these stalls in any Mithdosian city, there's like 50 different travel items.
How have I not gotten scurvy yet?
I mean, you eat, when you're actually in cities, you eat a huge varied diet. It's only when you're traveling that you eat only jerky.
Oh, some cheese sounds good. And let's see, I have bread already.
Yeah, you can get some very hard Mithdosian cheese that has a little bit of like a mushroom funk to it.
Probably fine. I don't want none of that fruit. That's for lamos.
Yeah.
Anything else I may want?
As you're
anyone
participating in this exchange, there is one of the folks takes out a lyre, a very Mithdosian instrument, and he's not like a bard or anything, so he's not like a particularly good, but he just strums some notes. It's a nice thing to help add to the ambiance as you continue the lunch break.
How nice of him. Let's see, anyone have anything worth to drink that won't make me go blind?
Well, you were given beer and wine by the town.
Oh, that's right,
like barley beer and barley wine.
That's right. Oh, that'll do. I'll munch on my cheese and bread and jerky. I'll put the butter on the bread. I assume that's what it's for.
You can, yeah, I mean, presumably. Yeah. And I think... it probably doesn't occur to you at the start, and also, it's been a long time since the Third Boyers Revolt, but this crowd of workers here is a mixture of Mithdosians and Tebrashans, and they're just like getting along. Like, it's just normal. Like, they're just hanging out, because it's easy to get caught up in the fact that like Mithdosia is at war with like the Son of the Dragon, and it's this crazy thing or whatever, but calling someone who lives in Mithdosia and speaks Tebrashan a Tebrashan is kind of wacky to begin with. Like, these are Mithdosian citizens, they speak mythos, they like follow the law, and all these a lot of the workers here are like born in Transpontarsalaria. They've been Mithdosian their entire lives, which is, I mean, I would imagine it's nice for you because the Third Boyers Revolt, the reaction was very different.
This was the point to coming out here.
Yeah. And after the lunch break ends, the administrator pulls together the crowd of men, about 20 or so. 2 more have kind of wandered in since you got here, probably late risers. And he'll say, "All right, folk, you've been doing good work throughout the morning, but let's rally. Hopefully we can finish tearing down what's left there by the end of the day. And if we do, you're all going to get an extra silver in your pay. And a bunch of the men nod. One of them even like kind of yelps with a cheer. That guy must really need the money. And
Wow.
the work crew returns. And again, this shrine was very small. Other than the addition, it was essentially one small little room with a single statue. So now you have to start working in groups of 4 because the addition is fully deconstructed very quickly. Now you're moving on to the main structure. So you have to move. There is a couple of chunks of stone that you have to move that weigh several hundred pounds, which 20 strength is a lot, but it certainly can't move those. So you have to work with other men, setting up ropes and pulling these, what was clearly the base of a stone statue out of the rubble. And you also have to essentially collapse the structure inward because the roof technically was still there. It was just kind of precarious. So that's a whole thing. There's a lot of teamwork that goes into it. And since it burned down very recently, parts of it are still smoldering. So it's an effort to make sure no one gets burned or like hit in the face with smoke. Though it's not a very OSHA friendly job site, of course.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, by the end of this, like this leg of the deconstruction, everyone has like a busted finger or, you know, some minor injury because they were not cooperating super well.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Eventually, the roof comes down, collapses into the interior of the shrine, and now the work is just loading up these burned timbers onto the backs of wagons that have been provided by the town administrator. And this is when a lot of people, you know, start to run out of stamina. We're talking like constant loads of like 60 pounds of timber, bringing it to the backs of trucks. You know, some people sit down to take breaks. You didn't actually ask how like the pay works here, but on the flyer it mentioned just a fixed rate for being there, so that when the administrator sees people sitting down, he like snaps and says, hey, you gotta make me my money's worth. And so they like, stand up and go to carry like maybe a single timber instead of a whole armful. But the work slows down, and it slows down until eventually all 3 carts are filled. Like you're starting to load stuff quicker than the single horse that the village owns can take it away. And soon enough, you get a sort of evening break. Twilight on the Plains is a pretty unique experience because there are no distant mountains. There is no distant terrain feature which blocks out like the sky. And so if you look directly upward into the sky, your vision in all directions, like even at the very peripherals of your vision, is just the sky itself. So during twilight, when there's the orange and purples and you look directly up, the only thing you can see is twilight all around you. That is not really true with the Empire proper or most other places that you've been.
I'm very familiar with what that looks like.
Yeah. And you, alongside some of the other men who are, you know, still fresh, you sit down, still able to talk. There are some people just camp laying on the grass taking a little nap while they wait for the horse to catch up to the speed of the men and looking up at the sky.
Beautiful.
And
I've been on the I'll mention just like out loud. I've been on the plains for years, and this never gets old.
You hear a fellow Mythosian. You instantly clock his accent. That guy is Sedalian. Most Sedalians don't have much of an accent, but the ones living in the foothills, they sometimes do. And he'll say, "It's probably the best feature of this place. You know, I'm not a fan of the tall grasses or the mosquitoes or the almost anything, but you don't get sky like this."
Oh, you do not.
And an older man who, you know, speaks kind of slowly says, "I like the smell."
Take a big ol' nose full.
Yeah, I mean, it smells like, at present, it mostly smells like smoke because you guys have been wafting through a burned church for the better part of an entire day. All of your clothing is like stained with that smell. You're gonna smell like a fire for the rest of the day. But, you know, if you try to think back and what the plains smell like, it is essentially tall grasses everywhere. Like, that is all there is. So the smell is something like earth and grass, but not like green, healthy grass, but like tall, kind of willowy grass. I mean, even the grass is different. You don't have grass like that. Like, the average color on the plains is not green. It's like grayish green, which is not what Mythosian grass is very much like. Though, I guess it is Mythosian grass because you're in Mythosia right now.
Yeah, that makes sense. It is refreshing when I get to smell it, although most of my experience was just horse.
The older man nods. And one of the men will produce from his little travel bin a bit of fire moss, and he'll begin to burn it between his fingers. He clearly isn't like down the deep end of like the charred black fingers. It's just like a recreational thing, which is technically possible with fire moss.
Okay.
And when some of the other men glance over, he'll share tiny little, like, the amount that you can burn and feel something is pretty small. Like, it's not, you don't need like a crazy amount, and it's relatively cheap. And in Transpontar Solaria, because Mythosian provinces have some level of autonomy, in Transpontar Solaria, it's barely even illegal. I mean, it technically is to sell large amounts of it, but like, they just don't care. They just straight up like don't care about enforcing that particular edict of imperial law when they have so many other problems facing their province.
That makes sense.
Yeah. And at around this time, you begin to hear the insects. Out here on the plains, they don't have the cicadas that you have in Mythosia proper, but they have grasshoppers, and they have a lot of them. And so the sound of, grasshoppers rubbing their legs together, the, occasional fireflies emerging from the tall grasses, that is something that you hadn't expected when you signed up in the legions, but these tall grasses of the plains hide, like, the most advanced bug empires ever. Like, there are so many fucking insects in those tall grasses. Like, your first time, camped out on the plains, walking out to go to the bathroom late at night, when you came back to the fireside, you were covered in everything: grasshoppers, spiders, ants, like everything, because those grasses make so much cover for them to hide from, usual predators, birds and whatnot. And they're certainly loud as the sun goes down.
Nice for sleeping.
And as you say that, the administrator will return on horseback, a cartload of burned material taken away, and all that's left is the piece that has largely been left untouched, is the altar. The altar is a solid stone piece. You couldn't guess its weight, maybe a couple thousand pounds. And it's the only thing that was like, so other than the statue's base, this is the only other piece of stone. Though you never found the statue itself during like your part of the thing, so you assume they took that away at the start. It must be valuable, like made of silver or something, and they don't want random laborers like trying to break chunks off of it. And the altar, that takes like at first you guys try to do the same thing you did with the others. You wrap ropes around it, you try to pull on it. Even with all 20 men, you are just digging like a channel through the earth. To get this onto the cart would require like, you just tear up the ground. And so instead, the administrator tries to kind of like organize the men, because there's a way to walk, heavy stones. But he clearly doesn't know the right way. You do, but it would require you to take a bit of, leadership I say break your cover. It would require you to take some leadership in the situation. Because you've seen people walk stones before.
Where did I see this?
Legions. You guys had to move a lot of heavy rocks to get them away from campsites.
Okay, that seems like a fairly, innocuous thing to know if one was in the legions.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's hold on. And then you go over there. This is how you do this. Blah 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 blah.
Yeah. At first, the administrator kind of like half-heartedly questions your method, but as you say heave ho, and you slowly, step by step, jostle this altar, moving it, walking it. It looks like it's a little guy walking towards the cart. But so he just kind of lets you do your thing. As for getting it onto the cart, it requires a little building of a little wooden ramp and a lot of really slow walking, and it's a whole endeavor. This takes the better part of like the rest of the day, essentially. Shockingly time intensive for for what it is.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And eventually, you all get it onto the cart, and everyone is exhausted. There's like, at this point, because like, the level of exhaustion comes from how hard you're pulling, and if you're more physically able, then you're pulling harder. So everyone, regardless of their physical ability level, is fucking exhausted following this. And where once there was, the kind of burned out carcass of a church, there is now a, flat slab of stone, a foundation, and the whole thing is covered with like ash and char and things like that. And despite it being just before nightfall, the administrator says, well, good work, men. For payment, I'm going to go get some coin from my bursar, form an orderly line. Since we finished before nightfall, no accommodations. And an audible groan goes out throughout the assembled men. One person even starts to like speak up and says, but the sun's practically... And the administrator says, no, the fire was very clear. It is not yet nightfall. The moon does not show. You'll receive 1 day's pay and no resting. And a couple of people half-heartedly form a line as the administrator goes to get the pay, but any sense of camaraderie has been dampened.
That doesn't seem very sporting of him.
There's no moon in the sky.
I have the power to do something about this.
You
Hold on a minute.
Have that power.
Wait a minute. That doesn't. All right. Yeah. Nope. Nuts to this. I'll follow him a little bit.
He heads to the large longhouse, whether boyar or quaestor. You've never actually heard his title yet. And as he's like climbing the steps, he notices one of them following him, and he says, "You're supposed to line up at the slab if you'd like payment."
I'm aware. I don't think it's particularly sporting or fair of you not to give these men lodging for the night. They've done a hard day's work.
Well, I'm sorry if you think
they
it's
deserve
unfair,
a rest.
but the contract was clear enough.
I'll whip out the piece.
Yeah, you whip out the judge's badge, and his expression goes from like kind of haughty, like proud, to like confused, and then highly suspicious because you just did manual labor all day. And he like leans in and kind of squints at the badge, and you're starting to get the vibe this guy's probably a quaestor, not a boyar, just because like he seems to know, like he knows what a judge's badge is. He knows what to look for, which most of the Tabrashans you've met, they know what a judge's badge is, but they clearly don't know what would a fake like judge's badge look like. They're just trying to act like they're looking. He actually is like looking at the curve. He's looking at the metal, because judge's badges are made on like a silver medallion, so that's like a relatively unique thing because that's a really expensive fake. Yeah. And he like holds it up. He kind of rotates it under one of the torches to see the luster of it, and he slowly nods and says, "Well, Lord Judge, are you here for... What would you like of me?"
I would like you to give these men lodging for the night.
That's all?
That's all.
Okay. Well, it will be done.
Excellent.
Is my village in any danger?
No, not at all. I just needed a break.
He... Yeah, I mean, he'll just nod. he doesn't know what else to say, but he also doesn't want to get in trouble, so he'll just go inside of his house.
Yep, that's fair.
Yeah, he returns to the slab a little bit later with the coins for payment. Every man is paid what he was promised. It's 5 silver total for the day's work, which is actually very good. On average, if you amateurize a farmer's pay over the course of a full year, the average farmer makes about 2 silver a day. So 5 silver per guy, it's not bad. It's not bad.
That's pretty good. Pretty good.
The village is probably doing quite well for itself if it can afford to hire laborers from outside rather than like force the villagers to do it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And as he finishes up pay and some of the folks start to wander away, he says, wait, I've had a change of heart. Anyone who wishes may sleep here in the village. There are 3 barns the locals have offered for use. You won't be receiving a more hearty dinner, but breakfast will be provided by your hosts. And the people who seem to have wanted it, which is only about half the people, the rest start walking back in the direction of Nauseous, but the other half follow the Quaestor and alongside him go to meet their host that will be housing them for the night and feeding them breakfast in the morning.
Excellent. I'll head back to Nauseous then.
Yeah, you left Mickey out on the edge of the village, mostly because having a horse kind of makes you very distinct amongst the laborer class. Horses are fucking expensive, much less Mickey, who is a big horse and a war horse. Like, just looking at Mickey, you would know he costs a fortune.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And so, yeah, you go reclaim Mickey. Obviously, he was fine. That guy there is no horse thief in the world that could steal Mickey. That guy dealt with undead. Like, a horse thief is nothing. And you mount back up, and he does most of the work of taking you back to Nauseous. You pass by several of the other folks on the road as they make the walk back. It's not a particularly long one. And you feel different. I mean, the job as a judge is a highly exerting one, but it's not like a satisfying exertion. It's like I'm gonna fucking die exertion.
Yeah.
Like, when you come out of those fights, you're not like, oh yes, a good day's work. You're like, oh my god, I am in pain. But today was a good day's work. And you don't really have any major injuries. You just gotta, you hammered your thumb at one point. And you got some burns on your left finger from when you grabbed a piece of wood that was a little bit too hot on the bottom side.
Minor stuff.
Yeah, I mean, compared to getting stabbed in the chest and all the other shit that you've experienced. Have you died yet? I think you have, right?
Yeah, I think I've yes.
So,
because that was when I had that whole religious epiphany.
Yeah, true. Compared to the dozens of horrific traumas Maximus has experienced in the last year, burned index finger ain't too bad. And you return to the villa. It is dark, meaning that either everyone is gone or they're sleeping, but you assume that they've all just largely headed off to pursue their own things. And you wash up your hand in a basin from some rainwater that was collected. You reach into the cabinet where there seems to be lots of wine. And at the very end of the last session, there was a birthday party for Grania, so you have some leftover cake from that and some other things, and you can finally get some rest.
Got a question. Mm-hmm. How long could a warhorse, go on warring on average?
It depends on a couple of things. The main two things which would cause the service to end earlier are the shock of a charge and long periods of intense physical exertion. Horses can literally die if you work them too hard for too long. Pretty easily too. They can build up a lather, and if you keep doing this for days and days on end, you can kill a horse through overwork. So that's a pretty big thing. And then also, every single time a horse's full body weight smashes into another horse or a shield wall or anything, that shock, reduces the number of times they can do it. And obviously, we're talking years, and so you need thousands of charges to meaningfully reduce that. But I think warhorses at peak is I think it's 10, 15 years, something like that, before they're considered a bit too old.
That's sort of what I imagined.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's see, 17, I'm 32 now. Oh, well that works out quite well. Okay, so this is Mickey the Third then.
Mickey the Third, damn shame. Shout out to Mickey 1 and 2.
They got too old. I've been in the cavalry since I was 17.
shout out to Mickey 2, 1 and 2. They made great glue.
That's 15 years. So this is Mickey this is Mickey the Second.
It can also be Mickey 1 and quite old.
We're stretching it at that point. It would make
sense to have Mickey 2 because after you left the legions, you don't necessarily get to keep everything.
Okay, yeah, this is Mickey 2. Yeah, all right. I was trying to figure. It's probably reading a
Mickey
book
2,
recently and thought about that.
Yeah.
Mickey the Second, which means he's quite young then. Very young, actually.
Yeah.
All right, that's good. Okay.
Well, as the evening begins to wind down at the villa, being here at night is a little bit depressing. So you make your way out onto the town of Nasius. Like all Mythosian cities, it hosts a healthy nightlife, and for you, it's just to get a drink, just to hear fellow folk, and specifically there's a tavern that I think Severus has taken you to before. Had before, the death incident. That's quite nice.
Alex, I gotta take a pause for a moment.
Yeah, we can do a quick 5-minute break. Be right back. Alrighty, so you head out onto the Nasius town, and the tavern that Severus informed you of is a relatively well-acquainted one. Senators and I was gonna say your type of people, but the type of people you want to be, less so what you currently are. And
fair enough.
In the tavern, it's pretty easy to integrate. You are the target demo. You are a person who belongs to this social strata, but doesn't have much to do for the evening and wants some company, less so the alcohol, but it never hurts. And you chat with some local people. You talk about being a judge. That instantly is a pretty good way to make people interested in you. And
excellent.
Soon enough, you find yourself seeing a not really familiar face, but a person who seems to know of you. He'll slide into your booth where you have 2 other people that you're talking to. And in time, he'll just kind of stay there as your conversation with the other 2 stalls. And when they stand up to leave, he'll extend a hand across the table and say, "It's an honor to meet you, Lord Judge."
I'll shake his hand. Thank you.
I've heard about you. We've never met before, but we know some similar people.
All right. Who may those people be?
My commanding officer in the 10th, Escalatus, if you may know him.
Yes.
He's spoken about you before. And he'll kind of lean across the table and kind of look both ways. He looks real fucking suspicious right now, and he'll say, "And I've also heard that you've joined up with us."
I'm gonna give this guy a good eyeballing up and down.
Yeah.
Hey, a lot of spies around nowadays.
Yeah. Yeah, roll a perception check.
Perception, alright. An 11.
I mean, so visually, he has a sharp jawline, clean shaven, all of this most of his aesthetic, his hair is cut short. It mostly matches the Department of War aesthetics. His clothing are a bit on the ostentatious side, but he's a off-duty senator. He can kind of dress however he wants. I think you're torn. If he is a spy, he is so obviously a spy. Yeah, he's just very... if he's a spy, he's obviously a spy. If he's not a spy, then he's just baby's first social club, I guess. He's being really suspicious about something that isn't even illegal.
Okay. Let's see. What do I know about the 10th? There's some specific questions I could ask him.
The 10th didn't exist until 2 years ago, when rather than being created by the Mythosian government or the Department of War, it was personally made by the governor of Transpontar Celeria as a gift to the Empire. He raised the Legion at personal expense.
Oh.
Yeah.
I see.
So they've been poaching skilled officers like Escalatus from other legions by offering them higher pay.
Ah. Okay, so the odds are that he's a spy are pretty low to begin with. Just
unless he's a really good spy and he's making you think he's not a spy by being a bad spy.
Yeah, shut up, you. Say, his way of thinking and opinions certainly appealed to me.
That was my reaction as well. I heard from a fellow member that you did some good work in Kujva.
Was that the Alex? Was that the warrior lodge things?
Yeah.
That was a tricky bit of work, but it turned out all right in the end.
He nods and he kind of begins to babble. Like, he clearly wants to impress you, so he starts to talk about all of his achievement. You don't know his name. Like, it's very weird. But he starts to say, like, oh, I'm a praetor and I have, a wife and kid. It's just like he just keeps going. And weirdly enough, you almost get a look into, like, alternate timeline Maximus, because this guy was not born as a high-ranking senator. He just joined the legions, and he has been in them long enough that he's went to, like, that lowest officer level. He became a centurion, but then he got instantly uplifted through the ranks by joining the Horatii to a praetor, which is, pretty high up there. He skipped, like, 3 ranks in the imperial bureaucracy ladder. And if you just hadn't gotten that knee injured, you could have been this. Hell, you could be a proconsul by now.
God damn it!
You lost like 10 years of imperial advancement to one fucking injury.
Yeah, I'm, while he's babbling on about that, I'll motion for a significantly stronger drink than whatever I'm drinking at the moment.
Yeah, you were just sipping on, like, basically water with, like, a bit of beer in it. Now it's, like, actual, like, proper. Yeah, I need something. Bro is, like, living my dream at the moment. Doesn't even know it. Yeah, and, as he kind of wraps up his long spiel, he'll say, What are you doing here?
Oh, we have a break from our judgely duties at the moment, and feel as if I fit in here a bit more than other places.
I see. Well, there's a lot of good folk around here. How long's your break?
About a month or so would be my guess. I'll have some significant business to take care of in 2 weeks, but not much going on.
You should head out to Fort Bortul. That's where the 10th is stationed. I'm sure that they could use some help.
That's not a bad idea, I suppose. Something to do other than be here.
And I heard that a couple of days ago a supply caravan on the way to the Legion got raided. Lots of casualties. So, who knows? Maybe you could fight enemies of the Empire despite the winter coming in.
Excitement. Consider it, I suppose, if I get bored enough.
He'll nod. And I think he'll try to, like, continue chattering, but he is, like, peak Mithdosian senator man, which makes it, like, I don't know, Maximus is not that person. Like, if we think about the people when I think about the people that Maximus most got along with in the group of judges, they were not, like, mainstream normal Mithdosian people. Like him and Primius, while they only knew each other briefly, they didn't get, like, they weren't super close. And this guy, like many Mithdosians, he'll just say stuff sometimes that just, like, makes you look sideways at him. And it's just like, I don't know, man. Like, he'll talk down about Tebrashans, which is just not like, Maximus has never really done that. Like, Maximus doesn't really have this, like, weird superiority complex that many Mithdosians seem to have. He has, like, this senator also has this, like, baked in paranoia about Tebrashans, that they're, like, always scheming to join the Son of the Dragon. I think the deeper you get into the conversation, the more you're like, I'd want to be anywhere else.
This is good.
Yeah?
This is giving me an insight into the world I hope to join.
True. Yeah. Well, he views Tebrashans with suspicion and mistrust, and also the civilian government with suspicion and mistrust, and the only thing he seems to trust is the legionary structure and the military.
Oh, all right then.
Yeah.
What a sad way to live.
Very, very highly of the governor of Transpontar Solaria, a guy named Augustus Bologna.
I'll ask him to tell me a bit more about that guy. That actually does sound mildly interesting.
As you know, he raised the 10th all on his own.
Yes.
That's an incredible gift to the Empire in its own right. He was also following the recent disaster. And what exactly he's referring to, you're not sure. Following the recent disaster on the plains.
Who the fuck knows, dude?
He was appointed commander in the East, so I suspect in the coming year we'll begin to get some victories under our belt with some proper leadership.
Hopefully.
The Emperor's... He was about to say something and then stopped himself. The Emperor's heir was previously the commander in the East, so now that we have an actual proper military man, the dragon won't know what's coming for him.
No, I'm sure not. It will be definitely something to watch.
He's also raising another legion, the 12th, but that probably won't be ready by the time the campaign season comes next year.
How much money does this guy have, Alex? Jesus.
An absurd amount. So, like, I mean, a legion consists at ideal strength 10,000 men. Now, there is no shot he's raising full strength legions in like 2-3 years, especially like officers and NCO. Like, you just can't acquire that type of talent in 2-3 years.
Yep.
But even if he's raising like 2,000 men, that's literal private army at personal expense. That's ridiculous. And you don't know much about him. Like, you haven't even heard his family name yet, so it's hard to even, like, you don't really know him, you don't know his family name, so it's hard to contextualize how he could have quite that amount of money.
Is he a distant relation of the Emperor? Where is he acquiring this wealth?
He shakes his head. No, I don't think anything like that. I think he owns businesses. A fair number, in fact. I suppose I'm not super familiar on the specifics. I think he, I think he's from the Titus family. And for that, it's like a gear in your head, because Mithdosian names are in 4 parts, and we often ignore the 3rd part, because it's like, you know, your name, your father's name, your family name, then your clan. We always emphasize the clan. But within clans, there are families. I believe yours is Maximus, Titus, Gaius. Yeah, so you're part of the Gaius family. Families are familial groups very similar to like surnames in Western countries. So like if your name's like Heinrich Mueller, Mueller is your family, so it's your last name. That's what Titus is. That's what Gaius is. The Titus family of specifically Clan Bologna have been close supporters of the Emperor and have benefited from the Empire since like the very first Emperor. So for almost 120 years, they have been in various positions. So like even amongst Clan Bologna, they are, you know, the elevated of that. And they were honored with the epitaph of Polonius, meaning like blood of Saint Pellinal, which is they're one of 5 families that have a unique bloodline signature. So they're one of the 5 most important imperial families, which also makes sense because Legion 10, each legion has a name. Like Legio 6 is Ferrata. The one that you were a part of, I think, was Fulmeria. Legio 10 is Pellinal. It's just the Legion of Pellinal. And so it all starts to click. You're like, oh, this is like literally maybe like top 5 most important people in the Empire. No wonder this guy's like, and he's old money too. No wonder he can afford 2 personal legions. But even then, that's like, even with that amount of money, running 2 personal legions for several years is going to start burning through even old money. Like, this is clearly either he's the most loyal person to the Empire ever, or he's trying to buy a lot of influence with the Emperor for some reason, because that is crazy amounts of money to spend. Or he just thinks the Empire's about to fall and he's trying to save it.
I wonder if there are any eligible bachelorettes in that family.
That would certainly be a way to get into the Department of War.
Intriguing. I'll have to pitch that idea to whatever that guy's name was.
Oh, I don't think you've actually met I feel like maybe you met the governor once when you guys first were assigned to Nausius, like with the Department of Civility, but I think it was a very brief meeting.
Not the governor, whoever's in charge of this here little secret order we're starting.
Yeah,
that right there.
I think Escalatus was your point of contact. Yeah.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah, I'll have to see if I can pitch that. That'd be sick.
Yeah. And you know, your dinner companion will continue to talk about Augustus Bologna. It's more like it gets less interesting. It starts to talk about like his family life, his estate in Nausius, you know, his estate outside the city, his estate in the cap. Like, this guy is number one glazer. More accurately, he's clearly networked with the governor in the past to try to raise his status, because this guy is a schmoozer, certified schmoozer, you know, stamped and approved. You met many people like this when you were a centurion. They're typically like lower ranking senators who don't have the personal grit or talent to proceed higher, have to do it through schmoozing. Of course, if you did schmoozing as well, like someone with talent who also does schmoozing, they'll just like rocket up the ladder. But if you don't have the talent, you have to do the schmoozing, and this seems to be one of those fellows, unless he's like hiding a secret talent with a blade.
All right, get good at schmoozing is another thing that, you know, has to be on my checklist.
It's a good skill to have. It can't hurt.
That's a good point.
Like, the number of name drops this guy does in the course of your couple-hour-long conversation, he knows like the autarch of the Department of War, like the next 20 people in line, some of their assistants. Like, he clearly has like a compendium of the people who he needs to suck up to get promoted.
Gotcha. All right.
Also, and another reason why in the Empire in specific is because it's done by appointment. It's not like seniority gets you promotions in the senator structure, and there's not even elections because you're not a republic anymore. The only way to get it is to get one of your superiors to directly endorse you.
All right.
So.
Fuck. Get good at schmoozing.
What's Maximus's charisma?
What a good question.
I'm guessing like an 11. That's my vibes. I guess we'll see when you check.
12.
12. Yeah, that's about right. He's not like, that makes sense. I think yeah, that sounds
not the most
right.
charismatic person, but like,
yeah,
not,
I mean, he's passable.
not charismatic.
Yeah. And as it gets later, he does dismiss himself because he is still active, so he'll need to do garrison duty the following morning. And you will be able to talk to a couple other people until you two shall retire. Your bones can't stay up late like they used to.
Oh, dude, got that old big 3 in front of my age. Yeah.
And you return to the judge's villa and get some sleep. And that evening, you don't have any prophetic dreams, so the exact details kind of elude you, but you remember generally dreaming of the plains, not of the violent component, which is the most often thing that you think of when you hear the word the plains. You instead dream of like the little things, like the things that you were reminded of when you were building that church. There is a like pretty intense beauty on the plains that often gets overwritten because the Mithdosian engagement with it is so violent. Like, you're always fighting wars or building building forts. But at night on the plains, when you're looking up at the night sky and the stars are in a canopy above you, there's like some moments where you feel like you're looking into the eyes of the Almighty. Like, there is some serious out-of-body like experiences there because it's just so fucking empty and it's so isolating. But with yeah.
Maximus wants to do all this like high and mighty stuff, you know, become a high-ranking senator and, you know, get a bunch of power and influence and such. He wants that, but I feel like what would make him the happiest is just like being quaestor of a small village out on the plains.
You know, there are 2 wolves inside of Maximus. Yeah, I mean, Maximus
Questions.
Almost every person you've met who is like successful in a similar career trajectory to what Maximus wants is a very different person to Maximus. But, you know, maybe I'm sure he'll find a way if he tries hard enough. And ultimately, he has the fallback of, I was an imperial judge, which is more of an accolade than like 98% of senators will ever have in their entire career. So maybe that alone can kind of carry him. But the following morning, when you wake up, I think the thought of visiting Fort Bortool kind of rings through your mind because a month is a long time. And
yeah, it is. It is.
Probably hopefully get some work from the legions in that time.
Well, I need to be back here for the money arrival. That's
yes. Well, then
that's
hopefully
a big
you can
thing.
speed run it in 2 weeks then. Not the war,
Hopefully.
to be clear. Whatever.
One would assume that I'm not going to go kill the son of the dragon in 2 weeks.
Just ride over to Ivangrad, kick down the door, kill the dragon. War's over. Yippee!
Maybe in about 8 levels or so.
Do you remember when, I think it was the first session Permeus joined the party, Permeus announced to the party that his ultimate goal in life was to personally kill the son of the dragon?
No, I don't. That really sounds like a Blake thing to do.
Yeah, I don't remember your reaction, but I do remember him saying that. That shit cracked me up, man.
It was probably something along the lines of...
Imagine if it's actually Permeus of all fucking people. Oh my god.
Maximus might have to kill himself out of shame after that. That'd be rough.
Man. Well, the ride to Fort Bortool, if you're being kind to Mickey, will be a 2-day ride. Actually, we should go to the world map to contextualize where Fort Bortool even is.
That's a good point.
So I honestly, I borderline forgot some of this shit, so I'm sure that you have too. This city here, Dolno, is in open rebellion against the Empire. It's a whole thing. I'm not going to explain the details. Point is, they've joined the Son of the Dragon. And a legion was sent from this fort here, which is Fort Bortool. It was an imperial fort, to go stop them. And you guys were, all of this action was happening while the Ostatic mission was happening, and you guys were pursuing the Green Rider. So I don't think you heard any details about this until you got back to Nausius. But the 10th Legion was sent to Dolno to put it down the rebellion. They fought at the Battle of Hatski, and it did not go, which is right here. It didn't go great. It didn't go badly. Like, they captured the enemy, like the Mithdosian Legion captured the enemy camp, but then they got basically cut off from their supply lines and they had to retreat. It was a whole thing. Basically, it was a stalemate with a lot of dead people. And the result now is that both sides are wintering in their respective fortresses, the rebels in Dolno, the Legion in Bortool, and skirmishes are happening, but there's no decisive battle. Also, in the north, there's actually a parity in numbers, which generally disadvantages the Mithdosians because 5,000 Tabrashan horsemen are more useful on the plains than 5,600, Tabrashan infantry. They're just more suited to this environment.
Yeah. Well, I suppose I can do skirmishes for 10 days or so.
Yeah, you are.
That's perfect.
Well positioned for this. Yeah.
Yeah.
If that is what they end up giving you.
All right. Yeah, we'll take the 2 days on out there. Let me make sure I have everything on my character sheet that I may want.
Yeah, I know you have plenty of rations on Mickey.
One would assume. 129. Think I'll be good. Soldering kit, bedroll, Mickey's mithril armor plate. More arrows. That would be good. I'll go through those kind of quick. Boop, boop. Everything's checked. Yerp. Alright, off we go.
Alrighty. On horseback, you head eastward to Fort Bortool. It's beyond the boundaries of Transpontar Celeria. It's technically in Donos Lasky. But, I mean, that's literally a line on the map. All borders are, not super real, but, some borders are more real than others. This one's super not real. There is literally nothing that distinguishes the Donos Lasky part from the Imperial part, other than as you get closer to Dolno, the aura of power from the rebels gets slightly stronger. But eventually, because it's largely uneventful 2 days, you can approach Fort Bortool. You can -2 rations, and the fortress looks like a pimple. The plains are super flat, and it's not built on a hill because there aren't any hills. So it's just this structure built on an artificial dirt mound with stone fortifications on this otherwise flat terrain. So it's this kind of bump of earth with a little fortress built atop, which looks like a pimple. It looks like a piece of acne on the plains. And sprawling out around from this fortress is Legio 10. It is clearly under strength. This is not 10,000 men. It takes you as you are slowly approaching, and you can only see the different century banners because it's so flat. But you guess there's probably 6,000 men based on the number of flags. Maybe if you're doing the lower estimate, maybe 5,600, something like that. And the Legion is clearly staying here for the whole winter because they have dug in. You don't know how long they've been here, probably only a couple days, but they have, palisades erected, they have barricades, they have like trenches dug into the earth. This is going to be their home for the rest of the winter. And you also notice that hanging at the gatehouse of the main fort, so Fort Bortul itself, standing proudly is an Imperial Lightning Banner. These are issued to legions upon their founding, and they are literally irreplaceable. It's a part of a tradition thing that if you lose yours in battle, you must reclaim it. For example, the 7th lost theirs to the Son of the Dragon. Almost every single legion on the plains has lost theirs to the Son of the Dragon or the Dragon when he was still alive.
God damn it, so many.
I believe he's taken 5 and captured, so that's half
Jesus
of all
Christ.
legions have gotten fucking brutalized by the Dragon at some point. But the 10th Legion is so new, it hasn't had to experience that yet. And it proudly, has its banner hanging above Fort Bortul. They're also magical, by the way. They're not just aesthetic. They also literally make their soldiers around them fight better, feel invigorated, or be less frightful. So they are modern marvels in a manner of speaking. I mean, they're the most advanced magical items that can be made in the modern day. And you have to go through several different checks. A judge showing up out of nowhere is a little bit strange, but also you're a judge, so they can only ask us so many questions, and eventually you can be admitted through 3 separate layers of defenses into the camp proper, at which point you can kind of wander freely. But I assume that you'll want some guidance because, it's a big camp. There's a lot of people here. What do you, they would probably ask you what you're here for.
Looking for work seems a bit too simple.
Sure.
Lowbrow for a judge to say.
Yeah, I mean, you know that Escalatus is here. He's probably the only high-ranking officer of the Legion you'd be familiar with.
That's fine. I don't think I want to push my relation to him too much at the moment.
That's fair.
I guess I'll just point me to the command tent.
To the legate?
Is that reasonable for a judge to show up and just see the legate?
It's certainly almost anything's reasonable for a judge. Yeah. So they will.
Sure.
They'll point you towards the central fort because since they're remaining here the whole winter, the legate is not going to be camped out in a separate tent. He has a proper castle essentially.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And you'll head up to the castle, be quickly admitted through the entrance, dismount Mickey. There is a stable boy here, and as he takes the reins of Mickey, you sometimes have special requests for stable boys as they take care of Mickey. Do you have any special instructions this time?
2 apples. He's gonna want more. Only give him 2.
The stable boy pets Mickey on his long head and nods, and they head over to a proper stables. It's been a while. You don't have a proper stables in Nauseous. You have a covered area, but a proper stable is going to have piles of hay so they can lay on soft ground. It's going to have a bit of warmth to it. Really fancy stables will even have bellows to keep them warm throughout the winter.
We should get on that. Maybe that's what I'll do with my influx of cash.
That is, I was about to say it's really expensive, which it is. It's $5 million, 5 million pence to make something like that, but you're going to have that much money, so...
Oh, all right, that's a lot. My God, that's so much.
You're talking about a full structure with insulation and heated, in this period. That's crazy difficult to make.
Yeah, that's
You're
fair.
hiring master craftsmen to keep Mickey warm for 3 months a year. But yeah, you head up into the castle, and this thing is the nerve center of the Legion. While logistics is, I'd say, a largely ignored component of medieval warfare, even by the people that were fighting it, the legions are not like that. Logistics is a core component of their function. It's one of the only reasons they're even competitive with the Debrattians. From a actual combat standpoint, the Debrattians have a lot of advantages over the Mithdosians, only on the plains. But the Mithdosians overcome most of those with, logistics and fortifications and sheer manpower. And this is where the 10th operates out of.
That's a good sign.
and you can be gestured by a series of different, lower-ranking officers, immunists, people with special roles in the Legion, towards the legate's office. And since it's, a whole Legion is camped out here, and this fort was clearly meant to accommodate like 100 people, it's all very compressed. And so when you do eventually enter the legate's office, this is not an office for one person. The entire 4 highest ranking officers of the Legion operate out of this room: the legate, the tribunus, the other folks that I can't remember the name of right now, and the other ranks. And so that would mean Escalatus is here, who is the tribunus, and other members of Legion. The legate himself is over near a window, using some of the natural light to read letters. And as you enter, only the legate, Escalatus, and one other person are in here. And Escalatus will look over at you and seem a bit surprised and say, "Maximus."
Ah, Escalatus, hello.
Oh, I must have seen you a month ago, down in Patricia.
About that, yeah.
How did your adventure on the plains go?
Get a faraway look in my eye. What adventure was that exactly? The Green Rider, right?
You met him after the Briar Patch, if you remember that. So you told him, "Hey, I'm gonna go to Ostatic next," and he's like, "Oh," and then you also he was also the one who told you that you should go to Kujva. So he means all of that. Kujva plus Ostatic, which you did nothing in Ostatic because you joined up with the party in Lubel after they experienced all that.
And Kujva was the warrior lodges.
Yeah.
Alright. What did I do after that? Did I just have my thumb up my ass for 2 weeks?
No, you were traveling. There was just a huge, traveling diff, because the players only spent, even though it took, 8 sessions or whatever, they only spent, from the battle on Lubel Bridge to the ruins of Ostatic back to Lubel was, 2 days. It just took a long time. It was a long 2 days.
And was the Battle of Lubel Bridge where they got BTFO'd?
Well, I mean, they killed 100 people and then ran away. but yeah.
Okay, yeah. I stand by what I said.
Fair enough. I mean, they did run away, which I guess is the the highlight there.
Yep.
Yeah.
It went about as well as could be expected. Well, actually, it went fairly well.
Escalatus will nod. And the legate will kind of set down his letter and say, "Who is this?" And Escalatus will kind of stand up and introduce you and say, "Judge of the Empire, Maxus Titus Gaius Ignia?"
For now.
For now. Soon to be a Bologna. I met him. He was in Patricia while I was garrisoning that city. And the legate slowly nods. You're not familiar with this legate. I think after that conversation with that senator back in Nausius, you're starting to realize how few of the high-ranking people in the Empire you know 3 legates, I think, if that.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, something like that. It's a very small number considering how many former and current legates there are. So you don't recognize him at all. And he'll walk over and extend a. It's a military handshake. It's you, instead of grabbing someone's hand, you grasp their forearm. And he'll grasp your forearm, and he'll say, "Well, it's good to meet you. Any friend of Escalatus is a friend of mine."
Feel the same way.
What brings a judge to Fort Bortul? I don't think I made any requests.
No, I seem to have some free time on my hands, and twiddling my own thumbs in a mansion wasn't all that appealing, and someone said you all were camped here for the winter. Thought I could find something productive to do with myself.
Well, you can certainly take a man out of the Legion, but you can't take the legionary work ethic out of a man.
Certainly not.
Well, if you're insistent on helping, I certainly won't say no. The legate will look towards Escalatus. I trust that if you know him, you can find something that suits his skills. And Escalatus will nod, and the legate will return to the window, and Escalatus will bring you over to his little writing desk. Well, do you want to get back in the saddle?
That'd be preferable.
And he'll lay out a map of the surrounding terrain. It is clearly a recent one because it has things like burned villages, current supply lines, skirmish positions, like places where battles have happened between the legions and Donoslaski. And he'll say, well, I won't bore you with all the strategic details, but if you're looking for a short but quick impact, and he'll point his finger at 4 snaking lines that stretch from the cities of Transplantar Solaria to Fort Bortul. These here are our supply lines from the major cities. Currently, we have enough food to survive us about a month. We then supplement that with local foraging, food impressment, but regular shipments of more perishable goods, apples, cheeses, wines, things that go quickly from the major cities are required to keep the Legion functioning. We've had 3 raids on these supply lines in the last week, specifically from a single group of riders. We can only suspect, but I think we're dealing with Sons of the Dragon. They're too organized, too quick-hitting, capable of hiding behind our lines. These Donoslaski rebels aren't quite that organized. These few skirmishes we've had with them, they come out in force, hundreds of riders, and then quickly break off, retreating back to the safety of their walls. This force, however, it's a different thing entirely.
Sounds
Yes, well, we have, I'll admit, our cavalry are exhausted. We've only been entrenched here for about a week. But, I could give you a squadron of cavalry to solve the problem.
That, squadron is what, about 12?
Ideal strength is 80, actually.
Jesus!
Yeah, it's the cavalry equivalent of a century.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alright, I mean, obviously you're not full strength here, so what would that be, 50 or so?
I believe the second currently has about 55 men. The biggest loss, though, is in the Principales, which is like the NCO ranks. They took a rather severe beating during the Battle of Hatski. Their centurion is also laid up in long-term care in Marsonia. He took a javelin to the throat.
He's alive?
Shockingly, yes. No revivification was necessary, but it'll be a while before he can speak properly, even with magic.
Is revivification standard for centurions now?
Standard, not so much, but here in the 10th, the governor of Transplantar Solaria, Augustius, is quite willing to spend. He's offered revivifications for Centurion and up, and then any man who distinguishes himself amongst his fellows.
Good lord.
It's a generous offer. No other legion does it.
Immensely. Alright, and what's the strength of this here band of miscreants?
Reports seem to indicate around 20. But we don't know where they'll strike next. They, the exact timeline I can expound upon if you need me to, but they've struck the line leading to Aventicum and Nausius, and then they struck Aventicum again. So far, Marsonia and Palama have remained untouched. They also burned a village between the two.
Alright, that seems to be where they like to hide out.
Clearly.
You said the most recent one was the second strike on Aventicum.
Yes.
Aventicum.
We sent scouting, obviously, after the first raid. We sent scouts around to see if we could find them, but for whatever reason, they're able to strike and then disappear. It's obviously not teleportation, but there's something they're doing to disappear from our watching eyes.
And how long ago was that last strike?
That was 2 days ago. I know you nor I are very well versed on magic, but the legate employed one of our battle mages to scry upon these attackers, and all he saw was a section of relatively normal plains grassland. I don't know what it means, but either way, it didn't help us narrow down their position.
Alright, well, I suppose we can take them up there, see what we can rustle up.
Alright.
Perhaps, is there a supply train passing through that area anytime soon?
Well, at the moment, the legate has ordered a complete halt to shipments from Aventicum, and Nausius, as I said, will be fine on even perishable goods for a month. But, we could order them to restart if you wish to bait out these raiders.
That's what I'm thinking.
If they see a supply caravan guarded by 80 cavalry, it seems unlikely they'd strike it.
Unlikely, yes. Though, perhaps a way of concealing our riders would be in order.
Oh, there's one other thing. The leader of this band is reported to use a strange weapon. What was it called? I don't know. It's some dwarven weapon. Something from the old empire.
Not mithril.
No, not mithril, not any sort of metal. It's a mechanism of some sort. The the legate has a specialist artificer he employs, a siege engineer, and when he heard the description, he called it something that I can't recall exactly. It fires out a sound.
Just sound.
Yes.
It's not a gun of some kind, is it? Like a
No, he described
like what
it
they
more
have
like
down
a
in
mace.
El-Sirah? Oh, alright then.
If you think it's relevant, you can follow up with the artificer, but
Probably. I'll go talk to him.
Tonal, that's what it was called. It was a tonal manipulator.
Okay.
He shrugs.
Interesting.
Dwarven magic.
All magic.
He just chuckles at that. You found your people. when both legionnaires hear magic, they just shudder and be like, "Fucking magic, man." When they hear fireball, they're like, "Dude, fucking magic, man."
Dude, no. All right. Well,
I'll introduce you to the second. It'd be good for you to get acquainted with them.
Excellent.
And Escalatus will stand up. He'll quickly go over to the legate and say something to him, and then he'll exit out the room with you. He'll pull a cloak over his shoulders and say, "The artificer's hall, chambers is along the way. Do you want to swing in and ask him about the mace, or?"
Yeah, that'd be good.
He walks down the hall, opens up, knocks, and then opens up a small door, similar to all the other chambers in here. If the legate is forced to share a room, everyone in the Legion has to share a room. So inside this room, there is 8 little desks, which is even more tightly cramped than the legate's chamber. This looks to be a mixture of several wizards, a non-wizard spellcaster, and what is... The artificer station is pretty clear. They mentioned he was a siege engineer, so you immediately just looked for drafted blueprints, because every siege engineer you've ever met is fucking obsessed with constantly tinkering with basic siege engine designs that have existed for hundreds of years. And sure enough, you find a small station with half a dozen drafts of something called a polyamorous. It's like a scorpion. It throws, bolts at people. And he is fucking with the counterweight system. He has 16 drafts. They're all 98% the same, but the counterweight system is slightly different. And he's currently working on another.
Fucking eggheads, dude.
And Escalatus will walk past several spellcasters, none of whom really look up since they're not being called upon. And he'll walk over to the siege engineer's desk, and the siege engineer kind of glances up, and he'll say, Escalatus will speak to him and say, "Well, Antonius, just explain to my friend here about that weapon, the one that was reported on the raider to the west." And the siege engineer will look up at you and say, "Oh, yes, of course. Well, do you know of Dwarven tonal magic?"
No.
"Oh, do you know of the Dwarven Empire?"
Yes.
Oh, okay, good. We know scant little about the Dwarven Empire, and as he's clearly about to get into a historical lecture, so Escalatus says, "Just the weapon, just the weapon, please." And he'll kind of pause and kind of scratch his head. "Well, it vibrates your insides until you die.
Oh.
He'll look at Escalatus and then back at you. Is there further description you wish?
Yeah, is there a range on it? Limited uses? Weakness of some kind?
Much of this is reconstruction based on eyewitness testimony. I have never held a tonal manipulator, but they are known to have been used as sort of like wrenches. Perhaps we speculate they were used for some maintenance-related purpose. But there is limitations to it. You need to be able to hear it.
Oh, okay.
Seems to be the understanding. And there's a range to it, similar to the thunderclap spell, so a couple of 100 feet.
Odd.
And most importantly, the manipulator must touch you. It's like, how do I describe it? The manipulator is shaped like a mace, is the closest descriptor. If the manipulator touches you, then it vibrates your body, but then other people around can hear. Their ears will hurt, but their body won't experience the vibrations, which can kill. It also works through armor, which is obviously its most deadly component. Your plate does nothing in face of vibration.
Will it work through a shield?
It will work through anything it touches. If it makes physical contact with you, that is sufficient to vibrate.
I see.
It can also crack stone, which, luckily, they're very rare, so it has not yet been employed in siege warfare. But there are very intelligent engineers in Solernum and Patricia who are attempting to make our very own manipulators, but, well, if no one in the last 3,000 years has succeeded, I suspect we'll have trouble.
Oh, that makes sense. If you get hit by it and you can't hear, it's still going to jumble you?
Yes, the damage from the hearing damage from the weapon is probably its least concerning part. Your ears will bleed, but such a thing can be fixed with magic or even natural healing, which he says with some disdain. But if it touches you, yes, you will be in great pain.
Sort of a instantaneous kaput for.
Not necessarily. I think most common men would die, but men of sterner stuff could survive 2 or 3 applications of the manipulator.
Ah, I see. Before I disintegrated from the inside.
Yes, it's almost like a. Have you ever? He's in deep thought, and he says, "Actually, never mind. It was going to be a very grisly description." Yes, essentially it'll vibrate you until you're dead.
Yeah, alright. Okay, well, that should do.
Escalatus will,
Oh, wait, one more thing.
Yeah?
Is there anything it can't vibrate through?
The engineer will think obviously. And say, Now, admittedly, as I said, we've never had one, only heard of them through accounts of old adventurers and more recent examples which are showing up, but can't vibrate through. I think
something
a thick
that
enough
sounds
material.
normal.
Oh no, but a thick enough material should limit it. If you could capture it, and I assume you're going after them if you're asking these questions. If you could capture it, it could be quite significant. Again, if we're able to recreate the effects, it would change the face of warfare, if it's possible, even with modern magic.
I would imagine so. All right, well. We'll give it our best shot.
He nods, and Escalatus, exits the room, and once you're out in the hall, he'll say, engineers of his type have been talking about reinventing old technology the elves and dwarfs since the Empire was founded.
Yeah, no one's ever done it. No one's going to do it.
Of course not. A couple of years ago, and you guys are, walking out of the keep, they found some band of dwarvish adventurers found an airship, a ruined one from the Golden Age, up in the one of the western islands. And there was this great excitement in the magical community that perhaps we too could take to the skies. And, well, it's been, 5 years? I've heard nothing of it since.
Probably won't. I don't think man will ever fly again.
Well, of course not. And you continue walking through the camp until you head past, all the infantry sentries, of which there are 100. You head past a couple of auxiliaries, locals pressed into service and called auxiliaries, and eventually you get to the cavalry component, of which there is a shockingly small amount, but it makes sense. I mean, if you're trying to raise a legion, you're going to go for the cheapest people, and cavalry officers are quite expensive if you're trying to poach them from another legion, because they're actually treated quite well.
That makes sense.
And so there are only 3 centuries of cavalry, which means an army of almost 5,600 men has about, at peak strength, like 200 cavalry, which is not good.
We need to do some reforms up in here.
Well, it's just, most legions have a lot more than that. It's just that cavalry is very flexible. So a legion of 10,000 men, that's like a fake number. Like, no legion ever has 10,000 men. In reality, they have 100 centuries, which, if at full strength, would be about 80 times 100, that number, which is 8,000. Can I do math? No.
Yep.
Yeah. The other 2,000 is highly variable. Like, it could be 2,000 cavalry, it could be 2,000 locals, it could be nothing. It could just be 8,000 fighters. So, it varies quite a bit. But this century that you are approaching lacks 2 things. It lacks an imperial banner. Most centuries are granted one upon their founding, and it's lacking its centurion banner, which either means that they lost both of these in battle, or they're with their centurion in Marsonia. If it's the first one, that's fucking crazy, because this legion was made a year ago, and that would mean they got horribly routed in that time. You hope it's the second one. And their spirits seem to be pretty okay. So the way that cavalry centuries are structured are a little bit different. They are formed into contuberniums, just like normal centuries of 7 men. And they also spend a lot of time there, but their horses are also included in all of this math. So, their tents are way more spaced out because their horses sleep next to them. Each man is expected to be both, stable hand and rider, so he cares for his horses and the horses of men is contubernium. So the stench from this century is a very familiar one from your time in the legions. It smells of, polishing, stuff for polishing leather, for the saddles and stuff. It smells of horses. It smells of horse shit because, where there's horses, there will be horse shit.
Yes.
And there is no removing that smell from your nostrils. That very familiar smell re-enters your nose after years and years and years, and you're like, yes, this is a camp, all right. And the Escalatus will guide you over to a particular tent. It doesn't have any special markings, but other than the fact that it has a pay table in front of it, just a tiny little squat chair and table combination. And Escalatus will open the tent flap, and inside you see all the non-commissioned officers of this century, which is 3 men. There's supposed to be 10.
Oh my god.
And,
Jesus Christ.
A man with an Optio badge will stand up, and Escalatus, and he'll, go and salute, because Escalatus is quite high-ranking compared to him, and the other 2 will quickly join in. They were sitting down playing a dice game, and Escalatus will say, Optio, your century is being given a special assignment. You'll be having this fine judge of the Empire act as your interim centurion until it comes to a conclusion. He can explain any details he finds relevant. And Escalatus will pat you on the shoulder and basically leave. This is his work is done here.
Sick.
And
all right, I'll
offer
out my hand to the Optio.
Yeah, the Optio
Maximus
will shake it and say, Janus. And you take a look at the other 2. You have an Optio, a Signifer, and a Cornicern. A Signifer being the person who carries the century's banner, and this Cornicern being the guy who blows a trumpet to communicate with the whole century at once, since it can be pretty hard to shout over the sound of 80 horses.
Yeah, that makes sense. Well, I'll look at the game they were playing.
Yeah, it's the simplest game ever. It is 2 dice. You roll them, if it's higher than the other person's dice, you win. It's like the most brain dead dice game that exists in the legions. It's very popular amongst legionnaires.
Of course it is. Am I not surprised?
If you can do addition, you can play the game.
You don't even have to do addition, dude. You just
I guess,
do you roll?
Yeah,
do you roll both of them at once, or does one person roll one?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, all right. There is that then, at least.
Yeah.
All right. Now, I'll motion to it. Well, shall we play while I explain what we're doing?
The Optio nods. He's a bit probably not used to this level of informality, but he'll just kind of shrug, and he'll crouch down with the other three over in the corner, because this is a pretty large tent. Cavalry soldiers are given, some benefits, one of those being larger tents. Over in the corner, you can see the pay box. This holds the wages of the entire century for the next month or so, and it's managed by the Signifer, to the point where, like, if money is taken out of that box for anything other than pay, the Signifer can sometimes be killed. Like, people are very serious about not having their pay be fucked with by a single guy.
That's fair.
And like, he's supposed to guard it with his life, essentially. You notice little effects in this room, and all of it is highly nostalgic, because it brings you back to the olden days when you actually had a sentry under your command, when you would have known the names of all the men, and
all that good stuff.
Yeah, and you can cast some dice while explaining.
Alright. Well, before I get into the mission, just give some background. I was a cavalry centurion once, a few years ago. Got injured, recovered, became a judge, so I'm a bit familiar with all this. None of this Lord Judge nonsense will be required. I'm kind of off duty at the moment, so just treat me as you would your centurion. I don't know how close you were with them, but we'll go with that. Look around, gauge the reaction.
Yeah, I mean, a judge is much higher ranking compared to these people than a centurion is, so the level of formality with the centurion would be a lot reduced, especially for these men, because centurions could be a person who's been in the Legion for 20 years. It could also be a guy who is 19 years old and from a powerful senatorial family. So, as you know, they are essentially your sergeant majors. Like, these are the people with experience who give advice to the centurion. So there already is a degree of informality when not in front of the men. So it doesn't seem. It's better that you are the centurion than a judge, because a judge is scary.
Yep. Yeah. No, fuck that nonsense. Yeah. Not the point.
Yeah.
No. So they.
It's a positive reaction.
Take it in stride.
Yeah.
All right. Cool. All right. As for the mission, I'm sure you've been hearing rumors about that little band of troublemakers who's been raiding our supply lines as of late.
The Signifer will say, "Yeah, we thought we'd be sent out to fight him at some point."
Yeah, well, you thought right. We're being sent out to fight them. They've struck the line coming from Aventicum twice, the line coming from Nauseus once, and burned a village in between the two lines, some point in there. They most recently struck Aventicum 2 days ago, so my guess is they're probably still in the area. Maybe going to hit Nauseus again, maybe going to raid a village in the area.
The Optio will kind of curse under his breath when he loses a game of dice, and then he'll say, "Why didn't the garrison cavalry in Aventicum find their position yet?"
They seem to have a nasty habit of slipping into the great unknown. One of the magic folk up at the fort tried to scry their position. All he saw was a patch of empty plains.
Are we sure he did it right?
Oh, your guess is as good as mine. But
his expression is highly dismissive.
Yeah, hey, I really have found my people. This is great. Speaking of magic, on top of that failed attempt, their leader seems to have a magical sound weapon of some kind.
All three of them look very confused by that.
It hits you, and it vibrates you to death, I guess.
Janice will nod. And you got some magic stuff, right? I mean, you're a judge. You got something that'll vibrate them to death?
Hold on, Alex.
Alright.
Most of my magic stuff revolves around armor, which apparently this can go through like butter.
That makes some of them look a bit concerned.
Yeah, I wasn't really expecting that when I came down here, but
The signifer will say, well, we have arrows for a reason. I suppose we just pepper them like a hedgehog.
Good try. Good news is there's only estimated 20 of them, as opposed to the 55 of us. So if we can find them...
We'll kind of lean forward and say, are these, Dunislaskians? The rebels?
No, they're estimated to be true Son of the Dragon troops, so they're gonna have a bit higher quality
to that is like, when you said that there was a weapon that could just ignore their armor, it was like kind of negative. All three of them look like they're kind of shell-shocked. When you say that these are soldiers of Son of the Dragon, you're not sure why that's the reaction, but it is like, they look really concerned. Like, one of them was midway through throwing the dice and he kind of like closed his palm and like to pause and ponder that.
There's some context I'm missing?
The Optio will say, we were in the 6th before we took the transfer. Those men who fight for the Son of the Dragon are devils on the battlefield, especially as cavalry. They carved through our century, killed our centurion. Hell, they killed our legate in that battle.
I've heard they're quite capable warriors. But, I mean, being capable is all good, but when you're facing odds of 2.5 to 1...
They don't say anything, but it does, you do kind of think about the fact that at the Battle of Slat-Batosk, which was the biggest Imperial defeat of this year, it wasn't like a complete rout, like the Battle of Kaloy or something, where everyone was massacred, but it was still a loss. The Mithdosians were also outnumbered them 2-1 in that battle.
I see.
Now, to be fair, that was like 60,000 versus 30,000, I think, or 35,000 or whatever. This is, 50 versus 20. The math is very, like, it's a bit different when the numbers get that big, but still.
I had perhaps an idea. We could trail a supply caravan coming out of Nauseous, try and conceal the sentry somehow behind it. Essentially use the supply train as bait to lure them in. And then when they go in to attack, come thundering out of the grass.
The Optio will say, how would we conceal 50 riders? You know as well as I how long sightlines are out here.
Alex, how tall is the grass?
It really, really depends. Because the grass line, from an outsider's perspective, looks relatively flat, but the plains aren't actually flat. Like, they are these long, like, rolling areas. So they're like, it's like a 5-foot height differential, but if you have a 5-foot depression with grass in it that goes up to the same height as the rest of the grass on either side of the depression, you can hide not only a man, but like a full man on horseback. The problem is finding those, because again, from an outsider's perspective, the grass looks relatively flat. So the grass can vary in height between like 3 feet, which is, I'd say, the normal like average height, to like a couple of inches on hills, or a little bit higher on hills, to like 10 feet tall, huge like stalks, because it's not actually like, it's not flimsy normal grass, it's like reeds, essentially. It's closer to reeds than it is traditional grass. So they can like form these really long, like crazy tall stalks that kind of like clump together and hold each other up against the wind.
Yeah, I had an idea for that. We could have the supply caravan break down, I do that in quotes, somewhere in a position of our choosing, near a depression of some kind. I mean, 4-foot depression with the grass should be plenty to hide a man on this horse. Have them wait there for a couple days, see if that baits anything out.
They nod.
And if not, I suppose we'll have to go find them. But I'd like to try that first, see if that can lure them out. That'd be the easy way of doing it.
It is a classic. This is a tried and true tactic on the plains. There are, in the past, there are some like pretty notable depressions out on the plains, like areas where there are huge areas that are lower than surrounding terrain, and you can hide whole armies in some of these. Not that, like, obviously if you get even remotely close you hear the sounds or the smoke rising from a camp or whatever, but from a pure sightlines perspective it would just be grass. It would look like grass to the horizon. So yeah, this is a tried and true plains tactic. And you, alongside the Optio. The Optio will basically go to introduce you to the Century. Since it's only a temporary assignment, he's not really going to introduce you to anyone by name. It's just way too much information. But he will, assemble the folks. He hits basically a tin plate. He hits the back of it with a spoon, which is their method of, organizing their century. Every century does it slightly differently. It doesn't really matter as long as you can get folks to report to their position. And they form up by Contubernium. And the Optio introduces you. And I think before he does all that, he will ask, when do you want to set out by? You there? Pause, champ. Uh-oh. Well, looks like we're having he's having a technical problem, so we'll be right back. See you soon. Alrighty, welcome back. What I was saying was, rewinding.
Temporary assignments,
yeah,
so you weren't going to introduce me to...
Oh yeah, when do you want them to set out by? There we go, I got there. It just took me a second to rewind the spool.
It'd be no good to set out without a banner of some kind, and we seem to kind of be lacking them.
Oh yeah, the signifer will clarify that the medallion from the Emperor, which it sounds very fancy. What it actually is it's just a flag on a pole with a golden, silver, bronze, whatever they can afford, plate on it with the Emperor's seal. That actually did get stolen. The banner itself was just being cleaned.
I see.
That shit was bloody and dirty.
Ooh.
But yeah, everything else, the token's gone though. That's a Rib Bozo right there.
Ah, classic.
Yep. The guy who's carrying is dead, so I mean he did his job, I guess.
One would assume. And I'm sure they would have killed him when they got back anyway.
Not quite, but it would have been a bad thing for sure.
Fair enough. Well, let's wait. How long on that banner?
It'll be done by in an hour. It doesn't take that long to clean something.
Yeah, well, you never know.
They just got to put it on the washboard.
We can set it out. We can set out tomorrow then. I do need to go talk to I keep forgetting his name. Yeah, shut up, you. Be quiet.
Continue.
The important guy, not the legate, but the guy I'm friendly with. Yeah, that one. Okay. I need to.
Yeah.
Get the whole caravan thing started back up.
Sounds good. The Optio will begin the process of getting the folks ready to head out. I mean, they've been in a war zone for the last 4 months, so it's not a huge deal to do that. They could have honestly set out today, but that's fine. They'll mentally prepare themselves to head out tomorrow, and you can head back to the fort and make your way through the many winding corridors of the keep, and eventually head back to the legate's office. Escalatus is once again at his desk. His job is... So do you remember what the Tribunus does?
Is it like the quartermaster?
Not exactly. I think it's the eyes and ears of the Emperor. I'm pretty sure that's that job, because there's two high-ranking Legion jobs. One of them is the actual second in command of the Legion that does the daily administration stuff. The other one is he can do anything, but his primary job is to make sure it isn't doing shit the Empire would disagree with. And honestly, I kind of forgot because it's been so long. It literally is it is. It functionally is a commissar. But it's been so long since we've played PAX, some of the information is leaking from my brain.
Understandable.
Yes, the Tribunus is the commissar. Yeah, the prefect is the other one I was thinking of. So, yeah. Okay. Anyways, Escalatus is working on some stuff. And looking at names, and as you enter, he'll glance over, and the room is empty other than him. They must have other duties to attend to, and he'll say,
yes.
"What did you think of the Century?"
They seem all right. Maybe a tad demoralized, but not, irrecoverably so.
If you think that's bad, we've had we managed to buy out the contracts of about 4 centuries from the 7th Legion, and when they heard that we were being transferred to the Northern Front to fight against the Donaslaskians, I've never seen men so happy to be told that they're going to have to go fight anywhere but the South, they said.
That's not going so well down there. But anyway, I had an idea. We're gonna try and set an ambush. Have a supply caravan come from Nasius, have it break down essentially at a pre-designated point, somewhere we can hide in a bit of low ground and such.
All right.
And hopefully the band sees that and decides easy pickings and comes to get them. And then we'll be able to surprise them.
Do you have a location picked out? If so, we can just send a letter to the garrison commander of Nasius, and it could set out tomorrow.
No, I'd have to do some scouting along the line to find a good point. But right. That shouldn't raise too much awareness. Just a small patrol would do.
We already have patrols out to roughly the halfway point. The other half is taken up by those cities' garrisons. So it shouldn't, as you said, shouldn't be too out of the ordinary.
Oh, all right. Maybe I can ask one of the patrols if they know. Yeah, I can go and do that. But if not, I'll send out some scouting to specifically look for it, and maybe in a day or two we can send the letter.
He'll quickly write out a super quick note. The note reads that you operate on the behalf of the Tribunus of the 10th Legion, and it lists the date, and that any requests you make are functionally made on request of the 10th Legion. It's basically that if anyone, if you're trying to get the commander of Nasius to do something for you, it's not going to be a weird power struggling thing between a judge and a military commander. It's going to be, this is your boss. And he just hands that over to you. It doesn't say how long it's valid for, but he trusts you enough that you won't go do some insane shit with it.
How kind of him.
Yeah. So, what would you like to do?
Well, we can deal with patrolling tomorrow. I'll go figure out if any of the patrols that hang out here know a good spot.
Yeah, so there are, as I mentioned before, 3 centuries of cavalry. The third one is a Tabrashan auxiliary cavalry unit, so they're actually way bigger. It consists of as you actually go to the century, because before I mentioned if they're at ideal strength they'd be at 240. This one is beyond ideal strength. It alone consists of about 300. Right. Because
Jesus.
As you chat with them, because they don't have a centurion, they have a boyar, as you learn what they're doing here and ask them about patrol questions. Before I mentioned there were some wacky political shenanigans with Dolno. It's that technically the Prince of Dolno is still loyal to Mithdosica. He never broke that oath. In fact, when his own boyars rose up against him to force him to join the Son of the Dragon, he just defected to Mithdosica, and he is in Fort Bortul. He's running a court in exile, and so all of his loyal retainers, those who are loyal to his household, and even a couple of boyars who own properties but decided, I fight for my prince. They have formed a cavalry unit. So these are not just like random bozos. These are like the core fighting men that are loyal to their own prince. So it's a hefty cohort of pretty well equipped and veteran cavalry. And the answer to your original question about the patrol thing is yes. So there, I have a little circle drawn out that you can't see. Let me make that visible. There we go. The patrol radius that they do for the Legion is that. So everything in that area is expected to be viewed at least every day. So they send out patrols of 2, 3, 4 cavalry. They largely ignore this stuff to the south here, like where that stone is. This is just like unimportant land. Like, yeah, it's just not very important. But the stuff to the east, the west, and the north, those are all high interest areas. So what you're asking for in terms of the depressions, one of them, the answer is they don't know that much about it other than what the patrols have seen, and the patrols weren't specifically looking for depressions. They're mostly looking for abnormalities. However, they will know that there was a pretty sizable hill, like a slow sloping one over here, which would probably have depressions around it, because if there's a slope, that means that the area there in general is a slightly more erratic in height variation, so there's a good chance you'd find a depression.
Yeah, that's all well and good, but
it's too far east.
Clearly this band does not want to go into that. I'm guessing the patrols around from Nasius and Aventicum are a lot more lax.
They're managed by the local garrison, so your mileage may vary.
Yeah, that would be my professional guess. Particularly is Nasius a bigger city than Aventicum?
Nasius is the biggest city in Transpontar by a lot.
Okay.
The second it's a big city.
Because clearly they don't want to get too close to that either.
Yeah. Aventicum is pretty small.
Alright, I suppose we'll have to go and recon it ourselves then.
Yeah, I mean, you could also check in you could go to Nasius or send a letter or something and ask if their patrols know anything, but that's adding a lot of time when you could just go do it yourself.
Well, I could nail 2 birds with 1 stone here. Go out on the patrol, then just continue on to Nasius.
True.
And deliver him the letter.
True.
But that works well, because I can have the squadron muster by that hill for now, while I continue on to Nasius.
Yeah, and I mean, it is worth keeping in mind that hill, in a Tabrashian sense, largely refers to a huge area that is slightly over time higher in elevation than the surrounding area. So it's a very wide, shallow hill rather than a steep, short one.
Yeah, I don't think they really need to be hidden when they're still within the patrol radius.
Yeah,
because Lord knows what they're fucking going out to do.
Yeah.
All right, okay. That seems like a good plan.
It sounds like a plan for sure.
Cool.
All right, so you get some rest. Do you sleep with the sentry or in more proper accommodations for a judge of the Empire?
I'll sleep with the sentry.
Alrighty, they got plenty of room, unfortunately. And you get some sleep. You engage it. Well, before you get some sleep, you engage in some classic nightly soldier games. There's the dice, but there are things beyond the dice. There is a sort of charades game. There's no money placed on it, obviously. It's just for fun, where you essentially do impressions of commanding officers. There is a fine line where the impressions become too much, but most of the time it's allowed. There's also it's not even a game, it's just a tradition where people talk about whatever shitty little village they're from. Some people are from major cities, but it's always funny to hear about the fellow who's from a town that only grows potatoes. It's what the fuck? That's just it's just they're just such wacky little characters. Do you try to get to know their names during this time? Do you want to know the names and faces of these guys, even if you're only going to work with them for a couple of days?
I'll put in effort to learn them.
Okay. There's a lot of Marcuses.
Yeah, why not?
There's 2 Lepiduses, some familiar,
Yeah,
familiar
yeah.
things. I told you the name of the Optio earlier. Do you remember it?
Nope.
Maximus is gonna have a rough time over the next couple days. If he tries to do anything other than their ranks, he is fucked. Okay. Dude, substitute teacher energy. All right.
This ain't good.
You get some sleep, and the next morning when you wake up, crack of dawn, the sentry is already, the squadron is already getting ready. Because getting your horse ready can take a while, especially because people all have their individual routines. You do yours with Mickey. You brush his coat. He got to sleep in a stable overnight rather than in the cold.
It's only the best for him.
Yeah, you brush his coat, you brush his mane, you feed him an apple, because there may be battle. Maybe not today, but maybe the next couple of days. And you can muster, not within the fort grounds, there's not enough room for that, but out in a field outside of the fort. And it was one thing to sleep in the camp and all this stuff, but to actually be at the helm of a proper Mithdosian squadron, even an understrength one, it feels pretty good. There's just a lot of it's simple, because as you start to ride west of Bortua towards the hill, there's these things where if you start to move your horse to the left and you put your arm out to the left, then the cornerstone blows a trumpet and the whole force, no matter where they are, knows to turn to the left. It's simple things like that where you can slot back into this role without having to think about it. These are commands, these are arm gestures, these are unspoken rules of command that you just know. If you put Corvus in charge of this century, it would be, it wouldn't be bad. He's clearly intelligent, but Corvus just doesn't know these things. There'd be a lot of friction, but it feels like, putting on a boot that you've already worn in. And it does slow you down, which I think you probably forgot how there's just so many little things. If someone's horse hits a pebble the wrong way and their hoof hurts, that horse needs to slow down, which is it's just a part of the thing, and then the whole squadron has to slow down. So you're not making 60 miles a day, you're making more 50 miles, which is still way faster than a normal army. Those things move 10 if you're lucky. 20 would be a good day, 10 is more reasonable. So you can make a good 50 miles. So you can easily make it to the hill. You could even make it to the site of the last supply caravan that was struck on its way to Nauseous, if you wanted to go that far.
Not with the whole century, I think.
So you leave how many on the hill?
Let's see. I have 55 total.
55, yeah.
All right. I'll take a squadron of 12, I think, big enough to ward off attack, but not too big.
Okay. And do you leave the Optio on the hill to keep in command?
That's probably for the best, yes.
I leave good Optio to have a single person with actual command authority.
I leave Optio. Yucks, worth a shot. What were the ranks at least?
Optio is a rank. Signifer is the other guy. He's the one who manages the banner. And the cornerstone blows the trumpet. Those are the 3 non-commissioned officers that you have.
Trumpet man.
I believe the reason it's called a cornerstone is because the instrument he blows is called a cornerstone.
That makes sense.
I think that's accurate. Let me look it up. It's called a cornu. The name of the instrument is a cornu.
I see.
Oh, dude. So do you know the difference between church Latin and spoken Latin?
No.
Basically, in modern Catholic services, they speak Latin, but they have a different pronunciation. So there are 3, for most Latin words, there are 3 different pronunciations. There's the English, anglicized version, there's the church Latin version, and then there's the normal Latin version. And cornicern is how he'd say it in English. The Latin version is cornicine, and then the church Latin one is cornicine. It's just it's so wacky, dude. Anyways,
3 different ones.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's just 3 different pronunciations for no reason. So you leave those folks on the hill, and I think that's you still have lots of time remaining, so you could probably cover another 25 miles before the end of the day.
Yeah, we'll do once we get about to that that T intersection there, that's when it'll really start to zone it in for places.
Yeah, these supply lines are interesting because I think we brought this up before. There are very limited. There are technically roads, but there's very limited roads. Like this isn't like Mithdosica proper, where there's like actual stone highways going everywhere. So these supply lines follow a mixture of different things. They follow natural horse migration paths, which over very long time have kind of like marked themselves into the plains, kind of like a deer trail in a forest, you know. There's also a couple of little roads that they connect to, so some of these areas are like actually paved over. So that T intersection is one of those areas. There's a single outpost, a single lonely tower in this empty grassy plain with the banner of the 10th Legion fluttering from it, occupied by a very lonely contubernium commanded by an Optio. Yeah, but they're very happy to, see friendly faces as you're approaching the intersection.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah. And now where?
To the wing of left, towards Nauseous.
All right, you head towards Nauseous, which there is a little signpost, which is a nice touch. And when you get to where, like, the area roughly, because you're expecting, 10 miles, okay, that's like a couple hours of riding. So as you get to the area where you expect the looting to be done, this isn't like there's no obvious signs. Like the carts are missing. There's no like upturned bodies. What eventually tunes you in is that off the main beaten path, which this is an old horse migration track, so that the grasses here are like stamped down. A little bit off that path, you see a couple sections where the grasses just aren't there, and when you approach on horseback, you can see it's two large areas of tilled earth, which means like essentially a mass grave. Whether they were buried by Mithdosians or Tabrashans, who knows?
Gotcha.
But that seems to be the remaining artifacts. Though if you search the surrounding grasses, you'd probably find other little trinkets.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't need to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll start seriously looking for an ambush site then.
Yeah, roll me an investigation check.
All right.
Also, I have advantage on this because it's military tactics related, which I think, that's a talent. So there's two things that you notice. One, whoever picked this site to ambush on the Tabrashan side picked it well, because there is not only depressions, there's 3 separate ones. So while this force that you're dealing with may only be 20 riders, you could conceal a force of conceivably a couple of hundred in the area around where they struck. Additionally, the trail here is slightly uplifted compared to the surrounding slightly depressed compared to the surrounding terrain. It's subtle, but it's beneficial, because if you're a cavalryman and you're thundering through the tall grasses at a slightly downward slope, any increased speed that you can get for those initial lancer charges could be the difference, especially because how the Tabrashans fight. They are huge on the shock and awe. Like, they will strike into you with spears, wheel back, and then have their archers fire at you as many times as possible. And if you're not broken by then, they typically run away. I think you experienced that when you guys were during one of the Green Rider missions. I feel like I remember you guys getting it was the very first session of the Green Rider arc. You guys had to fight that Tabrashan cavalry force while you were defending your little camp. That was rough.
Yeah, that was gay. That was unfortunate.
So those are the two things you notice about the site.
Well, I feel like it'd be a bit obvious to use their exact ambush position to ambush them, so
It would be, wouldn't it?
Probably don't do that. Let's find somewhere else.
Alrighty. Searching for an ambush site while also traveling is certainly not impossible, but it slows you down quite a bit. Additionally, I would like you to make a perception check.
Uh-oh. They're around, aren't they?
I see dead people.
16. Pretty good.
you spend the rest of the evening as the sun turns to twilight and then slowly turns to evening, looking towards the horizon. At one point to the north, you think you see, like, maybe a silhouette in the distance. The problem is the grasses of the plains have like a slight natural variation to them, and it's so dark in the evening that there's like the edge of the horizon is like kind of difficult to make out. So trick of the light, real person, you rolled a 16. I'll let you factor all those into your brain, but for a moment you thought you saw a rider to the north at the very edge of your vision.
All right, good to see they're watching us.
And eventually, it is evening, so camp must be made.
Let's make a camp then.
All right. You have 12. You have 2 contubernium with you, which is 14 men. So
yeah, good enough.
You set up tents. You set up a watch. You set up a stake of torches around your campsite because actually, do you want to go stealth or like secured? Because
I was thinking stealth.
Okay, yeah,
it was
that's
just
fine.
kind of vanish into the black.
Yeah, you get off the beaten trail. You head out into the tall grasses. I mean, depending on how stealth you want to go, you could just not set up tents, because when you set up tents, it disturbs the grass, which is it's not obvious because it's pitch black. It's hard to see, but if someone has the ability to see in darkness, it actually is super easy to see where tents are set up because there's like, clumps of grass that are pressed down.
I'm not worried about that very much.
Okay, I didn't know how stealthy we were going. Okay,
no,
yeah, the men set
not
up
quite
there.
that stealthy.
Oh my god, I'm sneezing.
Bless you. Bless you.
Okay, they set up their tents in the grasses, which sucks, by the way, because when you set up your tent in the plains grasses, there will be bugs in your tent when you wake up. It is a guarantee. It is shrimply impossible to avoid. It is 100% guaranteed. The question is just what type of bugs. Some are whatever, some are miserable. There are centipedes in the desert. In the plains, so hopefully none of those. You also never take your boots off. But so you guys make camp. You eat dry rations, which for you is normal because you're a psychopath, but for the rest of them, they're not. I mean, they obviously eat it, but they're clearly not thrilled with it. And
such is life.
Such is life. And you guys get some sleep. It is, by the way, the plains are fucking loud at nighttime. I don't think this rarely comes up, but there's the sound of the wind buffeting against the grasses, which is loud in its own right. It makes the grass stalks rub against one another. There's also the sound of the insects, and when you're inside of a canvas tent and like the tent is pulled taut, every time one of the reeds of the grasses hits the edge of the tent, it makes a very like slight drum sound. So it's loud. This is not like a peaceful evening of sleep. This is like a fucking whoo whoo, like there's constant fucking noise. But you're used to that, obviously. You've lived through it for a very, very long time. So you drift off to sleep like a baby.
Baby.
And luckily for you, you're not woken until morning. And the sun wakes you, not like God. Someone beating a drum saying that you're getting murdered. You open your eyes open. You have a tent to yourself because you had your own tents on, Mickey. And you head out. Your men are already starting to put things together. It's weird to have compatriots that are competent. You're like so used to judges who are like sleeping until noon, fucking like reading books in the morning. Like it's actually it's so weird to have people waking up at the same time as you, eating the food without complaining. Like they are your people.
Yes.
And within 15 minutes of you waking up, the tents are packed. The horses were never like unreadied, so they're still ready to head out. You could easily reach Nauseous by noon.
Cool. Let's I haven't found an ambush point quite yet, right?
Not really, no. Not really, no.
How close am I to Nauseous?
Oh, you only went like 5 miles past the ambush site, so you still got like
all right, a ways to go. Okay. Okay, yeah, we'll keep looking for the time being.
Yeah, I mean, you order your men to spread out rather than just riding on the horse track. Kind of move to like a wide fanning pattern, and if any of them ever disappears from your sight, boom, instantly you just know. Like they don't need to know they're in a depression. You just need to know they're in a depression. So as you ride southwest, you just keep an eye out on your men. And You start to find several. You're sure some fucking nerd geologist could explain this better, but you seem to enter a area of terrain where there's a number of depressions that have kind of like accumulate water when it rains, so they're just like nice and muddy, which is going to be great when you have to sit in there for many hours.
Oh boy!
And you notice a site here, a site here, a site here, and then after that, it takes a while until you find a pretty good site here, and then from there to Nauseous, there's not much else.
All right, I'll. Can you keep that farthest? The one farthest away from Nauseous. Can you keep that on the map? The rest you can just.
Alrighty. So that one
I think that'll
probably hold your like whole squadron, but probably not much more. Yeah.
All right. Yeah. I mean, if it can hold the whole squadron, it'll do.
Alrighty. Well, you arrive back at the wonderful city of Nauseous a couple of days later. It is the 6th of November. You have 7 days until the lock on that sale is unlocked and you have all your money. 7 days, Maximus.
Days. Alright, well, let's knock this bitch out then and become rich.
Yeah, you head to the garrison commander. In an ideal world, this would be a praetor, or at least someone of relatively high ranks within the Department of War / the 10th Legion. It is not. It is a centurion who has been promoted to a garrison commander. He will inform you that at his total command, he has 100 men, which is horrifyingly low for a city as big as Nauseous, and he has a total of 8 cavalry that sometimes do patrols. So he has 0 patrol information, so it's a good thing you scouted the area on your own.
That explains so much.
Yeah, as for the supply shipment, he is reticent to do it because, again, he has 100 men. So if he loses another, he sent 16 last time. If he loses another 16, that's like a fifth of his entire force for a city as big as Nauseous. So obviously he's not thrilled about it, but you're telling him to. So
tough shit, bud. And well, I kind of feel a little bad because I don't fancy those guys' odds.
Well. Aventicum's probably not much better. It's probably worse, in fact, because that's a way smaller city.
Yep, that makes sense. Oh well, sacrifices must be made.
All right. Well, it will be able to leave at the end of the day or the following morning. It's going to be 8 carts filled with rations and 16 legionnaires, as well as 2 Optios.
Okay, well, I do need to, I want to brief the Optios and the, is there like a, who... Do the Legionnaires just drive them?
Yeah.
Okay. Alright. Yep. And then I need to brief the Optios on the plan.
Alright. You can get a sort of powwow session in one of the city barracks. Much like the Legion camp, I guess it's the opposite of the keep. There is more room in Nauseous. Like, there are more barracks than there are soldiers, because at ideal strength, the Nauseous garrison would be around 1,000 men. So there are plenty of rooms for you to, have your men rest in, as well as host a meeting with your 3 guys. Oh no, those are on the mountain. So yeah, you don't have any NCOs, so it's just you and the two Optios in this room. And yeah, you can explain the plan to them, the breaking down of the carts, we're so helpless, don't ambush us, please, no.
There does need to be some emphasis. The break needs to be like big.
Yeah, the Optio's just not gonna tell the men, because he doesn't need them to act. He's just gonna have them act naturally, but
that's fine.
He recommends that you sabotage the wheels on the lead wagon, to shatter them, because to make a new axle can be done even on the field, it's just a piece of wood, and they bring spare ones with them. It's just gonna take time to carve it down and make it fit in, so that's a day delay. Is that sufficient?
Can you stretch that out a little bit? Don't be insanely productive.
I mean, I think the Optio kind of scratch his head. Not without my men knowing that something's strange. We'll replace, whenever we have to deliver supplies, we do axle replacements, wheel replacements. It's relatively standard. The axle is the most severe break we could have, and even more than a day would be highly unusual.
I mean, they'll be watching you the whole time out there, so that should be fine.
Alright.
Alright. Yep, I can take care of that, I suppose.
Alrighty. Well, you could set out tonight or tomorrow morning.
Tomorrow morning, I think, would be better.
Alrighty.
And then I'm going to,
Yeah.
I need to get back to get the sentry in position, so I will leave tonight, and the caravan can leave tomorrow morning.
Luckily for you, you can actually leave like in the early afternoon, because it was the only reason they would have to leave tonight is because they need to get the caravan ready, like all the supplies and stuff. But you can just leave. So you can set out in the early afternoon,
all right.
back for your What about the 14 men you brought with you? Are they going back with you to the hill?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
It's, kind of like a forced ride, like a forced march type thing, but it can be done. Like you could get all the way back to the hill in one day if you wanted. In fact, let me go measure out some distances, because if this caravan's setting out tomorrow morning, they would get to the ambush site. Oh fuck, I need to pull up okay, so it's currently the 6th. It's in the afternoon on the 6th. If they're leaving tomorrow morning, they would travel for a day, then they'd rest, and then they'd get there. So they're getting there on the 8th is when this caravan is going to break down in the road. If you ride there, that's a 56-mile journey. You're leaving the early afternoon, so you cover 20 miles. If you pushed, you could get there by evening. Then in the following morning, you can just travel at normal pace, and you'll get there on time.
All right, cool. We'll do that.
I love distance logistics. I love them. Yeah, you and your 14 men ride out. You don't quite get to the spot of the ambush, but you also move through the tall grasses rather than the horse track, because you're just trying to go in a straight line rather than what's easy for a cart to traverse. And you spend another night out on the plains. Minus ration.
Minus ration.
And nothing happens. And the following day, you can return to the hilltop. Your folks are where you left them, milling about. They've, if you put enough legionnaires in like a space, they start to naturally build a type of fort. Not like a proper one, but some sort of impromptu fortifications. It's just built into the blood of every legionnaire. And they've they haven't built proper fortifications. What they've done is they made, as like you approach one of your Optio will wave at you and kind of tell you to slow, because they've dug potholes kind of where like if a human steps in them, it would just be kind of awkward, but it would shatter a horse's leg. And it's only on one side of the camp, so that if like a cavalry charge tried to attack them, some horses would have their legs slip in and their legs would break. That was the one sort of thing that they could do, because it's very subtle. It's like it's just holes in the dirt. But beyond that, they've largely been left to their own devices, and the Optio will be updated on the situation. Is there any specific instructions you want to give other than follow me?
Yeah, Well, I want to get there under the cover of darkness.
That can be done. So today is the 8th. Tomorrow at around like 8 a.m., maybe 9 a.m. is when the caravan is going to break down. So if you like told the men now to get some sleep, like go do all that stuff, and you left in the evening, you could spend the night like awake in the depression near the ambush spot.
We don't have to spend once we get to the depression, they can go back to sleep.
Okay.
Basically,
Yeah, then
yes.
now,
They don't have
ride
to
for like 3-4 hours, get some sleep again. It works.
Yep. That
Okay.
right there.
Alrighty, then the men take rest while they can. They, the jitters are starting to get there for some people. Assuming this plan works, they got a little fight ahead of them. And then, under the cover of darkness, you set out. Now, navigating in the dark fucking sucks. There are no flashlights. You can't really use torches if you want to be even remotely stealthy. Maps are literally fucking useless on the plains. You drop a guy in the plains with a map, he will have no clue where he is. It all looks the same. The basically only way that you can really navigate is by looking at the stars. You're basically turning into sailors at this point. A lot of the navigational problems that sailors have, lack of like landmarks, stuff like this, most of that applies to the plains. So luckily, every legionnaire is taught basic plains navigation, such as where is the North Star, and just kind of doing basic stuff like that. So angling yourself on the North Star and going by vibes, as well as there are actually some landmarks on the plains. They're just subtle landmarks. Using this, you can navigate to the depression. It is slow. It actually takes way longer than you thought. It takes about 6 hours. You kind of forgot that when you're traveling with other people in the dark as well, it adds a lot of complexity because you want to make sure no one gets like lost. And when you have 54 men and you're not allowed to use trumpets because you're trying to be some modicum of stealthy, that is difficult fucking work. It's really hard to start when you start increasing the number of people. Being stealthy gets real difficult. In fact, at one point your whole like squadron kind of stumbles into a village like by accident, and then you it's a familiar town. Do you remember the town of Ozemshi?
Vaguely, yeah. We had a quest there once, didn't we?
Yeah, that's where the kid got turned into a giant, and then you murdered him.
I don't remember us murdering him.
That's what I remember. I don't know if that's what happened, but it's what I remember.
No, that isn't what happened.
Back?
I think so.
How'd you do that?
I can't remember.
That's fake news. I think you killed that kid.
Let me consult with my. No, because he took us to where the other trolls were.
No. I think what happened was you did kill him, but then a portal opened and like pulled him through to the stone giant thing, something like that. Yeah. I mean, I thought you heard him before he got sucked through. Maybe not.
Maybe we did.
I know what it was. It all just entered my brain. There was like a curse placed on him, and you began to solve the curse, but when you solved the curse, he just got yoinked through to like a different dimension. Yeah. I remember. I see. Premius cast remove curse. That's what happened. Oh, okay. Thank you, Chowder. Thank God
we did it.
Chowder's here, dude. My memory.
Chowder,
5 months of no packs like literally gave me dementia.
Huge ups to Chowder.
Shout out to Chowder. All right. So, anyways, you stumble through Ozemshi by accident, and it takes like. But it sounds weird, but like you're riding, everything's black, you're through the grasses, it's fine. And then way over to your right, you hear like a grunting noise, and it's just one of your soldiers hitting a building. And it takes like some organization and some chalking to figure out what the fuck just happened. And eventually you move on and arrive at the place. It's not an experience you'd like to repeat. If you were ever like given command of an actual army and told to be stealthy, you'd just be like, don't even try. That shit's impossible, bro. I'm gonna lose half my army by the time I get to where I'm going. But yeah, you get there. It is the sun's starting to rise, so you're gonna get like 2 hours of sleep before the caravan arrives. But you know,
good enough.
Such is life. Say life.
All right, yeah, and then I'm gonna go around emphasizing the necessity of being quiet and low, and that if your head pops up above the grass, I will whack-a-mole you back down below the grass.
Well, the men are dismounted, so they are completely concealed under the grass. On horseback, like once they mount up, there's a good chance like some of the tops of their heads will be seen, but if they're actually dismounted, even a horse fully inclining its head probably won't get seen, because this grass you're in is about 8 feet tall. These are long fucking reeds.
Damn.
It is moist where you are too, because you're so you're so under the height of the grass that it almost forms a canopy. Like you're in a forest of grass. So down here, like the ground is muddy, it's kind of damp. There are so many fucking bugs. This depression has its own ecosystem. And you can't disturb the grass because that is really obvious, especially with stalks this tall. Like the whole depression, all the reeds in the depression would kind of gyrate if you like moved one too much. So you guys have to be pretty still and wet and covered in bugs.
Rip bozos. It's worth it.
And you hear the caravan before you see it. It's the sound of like the rattling of wheels. It's the smell of someone burning pipeweed. It's the sound of men that are comfortable and not in a disgusting fucking depression.
Well, they're not going to be comfortable for very long.
Yeah, it's not until the actual breakdown happens that you can even see them, because you're through these tall reeds of grass. There's so many of them between you and the road, even though you're not that far off, that your vision's highly obscured. You're getting like slats between the tall stalks, the tall reeds of grass. But eventually you hear the ka-tunk of like an axle shattering. It's a fucking horrible noise. They must have weakened it with a file or something. You didn't ask about specifics. And you hear the sound of like a splat of someone, like the momentum of the cart carrying forward and throwing the rider off down into the road, which was a bit moist. And you hear some cursing, and you hear, you're hearing like the noises, and you're getting a little bit of it, but you're only catching like every other like second of the scene. So you're just seeing like big arm waves and like distant like it's very interesting observing like it in this perspective. But the bait is laid. The only question is to see if they bite. And
hopefully
time begins to drag on. There's an aspect of Legionnaire life that you kind of forgot about, which is being a judge is like boring, like nice dinner, boring, holy fucking shit, I'm going to die. Like it's so it's so normal, kind of nice in general, and then it's like the worst like fight you've ever had to do ever, and then it's fine again. Whereas this, like the Legionnaire life there's a lot more like sitting in uncomfortable positions. Like you've never had to be in like a gross little space for hours and hours on end as a judge before. That's just not an expectation of you. You get to sleep in nice beds and eat fine wine, drink fine wine, and eat fine dinners. And
fortunately, I did 15 years of this and 1 year of judge.
It is true. It is true. Has the judge not made you a soft liberal with soft lily hands?
I eat jerky as almost every meal. I don't think it has.
Yeah, that's fair. All right, you don't got sissy hands. You're a strong boy. All right, you remain in this area. A particularly large stick bug starts to crawl on one of your men, which seems to actually get to him. Like most of them are doing pretty good. I mean, like you said, they're used to it as well. But one of them, for whatever reason, it's just that maybe it's the bug, maybe it's the fact that it's like on his shoulder. Something about it freaks him out, and he does like brush it off, which moves every single reed in the depression. Like they all, one hits another, hits another, hits another. It's a silent thing. Like they don't make much noise, but there is like a noticeable like sway to every reed in the depression.
I can't move to this fool without doing the exact same thing he did.
Yeah,
right?
You'd have to move very slowly.
Yeah. Can he hear me from where I'm sitting without me causing too much noise?
Yeah. You're all pretty tightly packed together. The horses too, they have a natural movement to them. Luckily, because all the horses kind of like jitter, it kind of just looks like the grass is vibrating, which is weird, but it's not like a human thing, but like a single like swift hand gesture moving all the grass, that kind of stands out because it's moving against the pattern of the grasses.
Yeah, I'll whisper to him, the next time that happens, you choose between leaving the bug on there or me breaking your arm.
The whole squadron remains very quiet. And the guy just like he just nods, because that's one of the few gestures you can do without like, because moving side to side is what would disturb the grasses. So he just nods.
Yep.
And you guys have been on your feet this whole time. You did tell people in advance, whatever position you get in, get fucking comfortable, because you're going to be there for a long time. But no one wanted to be like seated because the ground is wet, and the idea of having a wet soaking ass for the next 8 hours, anything but your boots, like absorbing that sounds miserable. And as the time begins to drag on, you start wishing that the battle would just start. You just start wishing that, like, please God, son of the dragon, show yourself, just let me like do something. And it continues to drag, and it continues to drag. And the sun starts to lower, and the folks have repaired the axle, but they're like, the daylight's gone, let's just set up camp. And you can smell bacon grilling on the fire, and those motherfuckers are having warm food, and they make camp. The winds begin. The bugs emerge. A firefly colony, essentially, like starts to flit through the grass around you guys. The vibes are in the gutter. No, they're subterranean. They're as deep as an old Dorvish hold. It's not good. And At this point, the whole convoy's just gone to bed. Like, they have a guy on watch, but they're fully asleep. And the Optio will whisper quiet enough that he, like, you can hear it, but he's trying to make sure not the whole, like, squadron hears it, but he'll say, "At what point do we go to bed?"
Has the moon come out yet?
It's come out, yeah.
Okay. At what point do we go to bed, indeed?
Your men have been awake on 3 hours of sleep for the better part of an entire day, which, you know, is possible, of course, but it sucks.
Oh yeah, I'm fully aware of how possible it is.
It's certainly possible, it just sucks.
Give it a couple more hours.
He nods. Well, I guess he says yes, because you can't see him nod, because it's too fucking dark.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, in your depression, because the moon actually does a pretty good job of lighting the plains most of the time. Do you know what albedo is? It's like a...
yeah, that's like the reflection of light based on the...
exactly.
Based on the color.
Yeah, because of the grasses of the plains not being, like, dark green, they're more like this light, like, kind of gray. Like, the albedo of the plains is actually quite high. Like, the reflectiveness is really high. So, when the moon's out, you can actually see quite far. It's pretty good, especially on a night like this, where it's a relatively full moon. Yeah. But in this depression, that's not true. It is black.
You're bringing back the ancient memories, dude. I learned about that in college. Wow.
You're welcome. And within this depression, even you, powerful Judge Maximus, still need to sleep. And you are tired, man. You've been more tired in the past. Being a judge genuinely is worse than this. I believe you had 5 exhaustion. No, you weren't there for that. Never mind. The rest of your judges got 5 exhaustion at one point. This guy's almost died from tiredness, which you're nowhere near, but still, it does suck. And then, roll me a perception check. Oh, something's happening. I'm not just sitting in a miserable hole.
Anything is better than nothing at this point. Boop. An 11.
Yeah. You are sitting in this depression, and the sound that you hear... So there are natural sounds on the plains. Think of like a hunter in a forest. You know, like hunters in the forest will do like fake bird calls. They'll do like fake... They can copy the sounds of animals, and sometimes very advanced hunting cultures will even use these as battle cries. You know, think like the Iroquois. They would do, I think like bird songs. Yeah. Out on the plains, there are not any megafauna. Like there's no deer or whatever. There are, I mean, well, in some areas there's like antelope, but they're heavily hunted. In most areas, there's not many of those. However, as we discussed before, there are insects, and there's this distinctive noise that like crickets make when they rub their legs together. You know, the cricket noise.
You
hear one of those, and you're like, that's a little bit weird sounding. Like that just doesn't sound exactly like a cricket. It's really loud for one. Like it's an individual cricket that's really loud, and it has like a wet quality to it, which that is not the normal noise. Like there's a muddiness to it. And then as those gears are like connecting in your head, then you hear a battle cry. And on the far, like basically, again, you can't see much of this, but you can kind of reconstruct it based on the little snippets that you can see. Immediately on the far side of the grasses, a whole host of riders emerge from the grass and begin to descend towards the caravan. So they must have, at some point during the day, maybe the previous night, you're not sure when they found a depression similar to yours that they could hide in, but they did, and they are now emerging from those grasses, riding towards the camp. They have a couple hundred feet to cover, and obviously the guy that's on guard for this caravan is immediately like smashing his plate against his spoon, and the men were told that their ambush may come, so they burst out of their tents, you know, weapons ready. What is your reaction?
Yeah, I'm just gonna shout, mount up, let's go.
Yeah, a simple command, and this force splits immediately into 3 separate sections. The enemy force. There are 24 riders, so the estimate was a little bit lower, but it was close enough. They break into... The 3 sections that they split into are a like sort of spearhead headed by a man in full Dwarven plate armor, like ancient Dwarven.
Jesus Christ.
At his side, there are 2 other riders. Then the other 2 contingents consist of 8 horse archers and only 2 lancers. So this force is highly mobile, but not that good if they actually get stuck into it. And these guys are like hundreds, like they're clearly going to hit the caravan from different sides. And because this is a huge battlefield, not like a single battle map, which of these 3 which of these 3 groups would you like to go intercept personally?
The big boy.
All right, you're gonna go match the big boy. How many men do you want to take with you? So you have 54. If you matched the enemy at all points, then you'd have like 30 left over because you outnumber them by quite a bit. So also you have the 16 soldiers in the actual convoy, though they're very slow because on foot.
Yep, they're all about to die.
Rip bozo.
Left and right, how many people did you say to each?
10. No. Yeah, 10? 10. 10.
Okay, send 15 to match to each of those groups, and I'll take the remaining 20.
Okay.
I think that math adds up. Yeah,
Probably
that math adds up. Like,
either way, it's grouped up by
like
contubernium,
24.
so you basically just tell, you just tell the cornerstone, like signal for, contubernium 2 and 3 there, 3 and 4, yeah. You quickly order the cornerstone, the trumpet blows, boom, your men emerge from
there
grasses.
There is one thing.
This order is going to have to be simple enough to be converted into cornerstone into trumpet signals.
Is there a trumpet signal to basically signal the 2 to like flank?
Yes,
basically,
absolutely.
Come out of the sides?
Yeah, certainly.
Yes, I want the 2 on the outside to flank, basically, to kind of trap them in.
Okay, they'll do their best.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, I think those are sufficient orders. You begin to beeline for the center, and holy shit! So, based on the numbers you said, that means in the center it's going to be 3 guys, including the plate guy, versus most of the convoy, as well as you and 20 other men. Interesting. They may have a hard time with that. Oh wait, actually it's going to take you a couple rounds to get there. Okay, we will go to that in a moment, but we're going to take a super quick break, so we'll be right back.
That's perfect. I have to pee.
Huge. All right, we are back. The question I have for you before we roll into initiative, Ethan, is Mickey is faster than your other men's horses. That guy is a beast. He's well trained and has a magical saddle on him. So if you want, you can get there a round earlier, but the rest of your men will be trailing behind. So you'd be...
no.
So you shall delay.
Safety in numbers here.
Maximus wouldn't know this because it's hard to see exactly what's happening in the campsite, but 2 men die because of your decision there.
I feel like I was very clear about my expectation. They all would die. So
for posterity, all shall remember Marcus and Antonius.
my conscience is clear.
Alrighty. Well then.
No. The only unnamed NPC I will ever remember is Sergeant Cabbage.
Oh, that's a halfling.
Yep.
Who the fuck is Sergeant Cabbage?
He's the guy that full Morgren action surge with no hits.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say because there's only 2 campaigns where you ever would have met a halfling, and one of them, there's no shot it'd be a sergeant. Anyways, so you have a total of 21 men directly behind you, but I didn't really know how to directly detect them on the battle map. So I think what we're gonna do is, I think what we're gonna do is...
God, they're all dead? Jesus.
Mostly, yeah. I did some math, and they can kill literally 5 people around, so... we're gonna roll into initiative to start with, so just get that done with. I'll roll individually for the Tibrasians, since there's so few of them.
Alright.
And then I was thinking about the initiative of your men, and to be honest, I think they should just go after you, so I'm gonna roll for them. If it's over yours, I'm just gonna reduce their initiative to being 1 lower than yours, because it's gonna be really awkward if they act before you.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So yeah, let's see what you get.
So, God, I forgot about...
Yeah, it's the little dice, not the...
No, it's doing Roll20 on an iPad is gay. And the character sheet is taking fucking forever to load.
Your lingo has been colonized by your time in the military.
I'm not gonna lie. The only thing holding my vocabulary back was the fact that we would play this so regularly, and I would like
I'm glad
sit there and like
you gotta make sure you show up to the session so he can civilize you.
be like, all right, what? I'm gonna have to calm my vocabulary down a bit, and 5 months without that has not been good on the way I talk.
Yeah. I can just roll initiative if you straight up cannot press the button. Or honestly, just roll manually. Straight up.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah.
The character. I think it's just a D20
character
plus
sheet
2.
Will need to load at some point.
Yeah.
I think I have like a +4.
It's a +2.
Oh, are you sure?
100%. I just checked.
Oh, okay, cool. I got a 20.
Jesus, that's a 22 actually. Good God. Okay, so your guys will go right after you on a 21.
Cool.
Cool. That's crazy. Well, what would you like to do? You go first.
Shit. I was hoping I would get a low initiative so the character sheet would have time to load.
The highest number possible.
Unfortunate. Yeah. God, okay, I don't want to close out the. Can I? Oh, what's taking this so long to load is the issue.
Character sheet moment. Roll 20 moment, I guess.
Yeah. Fuck, I have to close it. It's too big.
Alrighty. That is what. Never mind. So the warhorse can go 60 feet, I think, by default. So you could technically ride 120 feet. You are.
I don't know how far away I am, and I can't.
100 feet from the campsite. So if you want, you could ride directly into melee with the lead guy.
That is sort of the point, and I don't have any like fancy charge ability.
Yeah.
So yeah, fuck it. Let's do that and have all my boys follow me.
Yeah, that was the given. So Mickey's tramples over the corpses of 2 brave legionnaires, and then.
Why are you trying to guilt me like this, bro?
And then your equipe enter. They ride onto the battlefield. Realistically, there is more of them than can actually like fight here. Like, there's just not room for them to all squeeze in. So a couple begin to squeeze in, while others begin to ride circles around the campsite, looking for their chance to.
When one falls, another shall take his place.
Yeah. So true.
These as much as I enjoy these gents, they are. I mean, they're just fodder. That's
so fucked up, bro.
I mean,
Are you so
that was
sad
like
that Marcus and Lepidus and Marcus and Marcus and Marcus are gonna die? Dude, I was looking through my notes, and I have my notes like sorted by character name, and I typed in Marcus, and there are like 8 results. Which, I mean, for named NPCs, having 8 with the same name, the only one with more is like Lug, I think. There are so many fucking lugs.
There are so many lugs, aren't there? Okay.
All right.
Do you think?
Yeah.
Do you think if I open Roll20 on the Steam Deck, it will be more cooperative?
I have no fucking clue.
Well, I'm gonna give it a try, because this is being gay.
The Tevrashan Knights will defend themselves. They wield warhammers, much like yourself. And they will warhammer. Bing bong. That kills another of the brave legionnaires. It crumbles his skull in. And then the other knight... Oh, it doesn't act yet, because he rolled a 2. Okay, Zemislaus Borovich. Maximus has not met this person before. You have. He was one of the Lance of the Dragon. Do you remember that, like, crack force of, like, adventurers that were... Not even adventurers, just, like, skilled warriors that were at the bridge battle, and you guys ran away before you fought them?
I wasn't there for that.
Oh, you weren't at the bridge session. I kind of thought you were controlling Permeus at that point. Was that still Blade?
Yep.
Ah,
I think I was at NTC then.
You were indeed. Interesting. Well, anyways, I guess none of that matters then. But either way, he has a tonal manipulator. He's going to hit you in the face. He swings at your face.
Oh my god.
That is a 28, which hits. And as the tonal manipulator makes contact with you...
before you say whatever you're about to say.
Yeah? A 28 definitely hits Maximus.
No, it does.
Okay,
It does.
okay.
I think I'm going to, warding maneuver this.
Oh, okay.
So I'm just, yeah, I'm gonna roll a D8 as a reaction, and then I get to add that to my AC.
Okay. Let's see how it goes. So you'd need a 4 or higher to block it.
Yep.
And how does
Nice.
this look? So Zemislaus is like you have a big height advantage over him, so he's like swinging for your legs. So all he needs is for this thing to make contact with you. So what does the warding maneuver look like to keep the tonal manipulator from touching you?
I think because of that, I sort of, apply a quick knee pressure to Mickey, and he sort of just dances out of the way of it.
Oh yeah, he's doing that thing. Like I think it's called the canter, where like the horses like trot in place to like jitter about. Okay.
I was thinking more of like a direct leap to the side, or like a pivot on his back legs kind of thing.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Well, whatever it does works. You avoid that, and then seeing that this may be a bit of a tough fight, he is going to he wears like a full helmet, as you can see. It has a faceplate over it, but from within the helmet, you can hear him say, "Duvad," which that doesn't sound Tibrashian. That sounds Dwarvish. And then a rune on the center of his breastplate lights up, and his body begins to increase in size until he is a large-sized creature.
Oh my god. What the fuck?
The tonal
Wait a
manipulator
minute.
is pretty big. It's quite a large weapon. And also mace is used to describe it, but what it actually is, it has a handle that is as big as a maul. Like this, it is for a human, for a normal sized human, this is a two-handed weapon. But as he grows in scale, it actually becomes a mace, and he reaches over his back into a backpack and withdraws a second tonal manipulator.
Oh my fucking god.
Now they're actually being wielded as maces. One-handed maces. Well, I'm sure these legionnaires are gonna do great. One of them's gonna stab at Zemislaus Borovich and misses. This one's gonna stab at the knight. And also, wait, 17? No, that also misses. That's really funny, man. All right. This knight is going to attack twice towards the legionnaire. And, Marcus fought well, but that is 2 dead legionnaires. Holy shit! Oh, man. Warhammers to the head is not good for health, man.
No, one would imagine not.
Alright, it's your turn, Maximus.
Fuck. Well, not to, well, I was gonna say something inappropriate, but I decided against it.
Thank you.
Yeah. Well, just, seems like a good a time as any to action surge here.
Okay, alright, action surge.
So that is 6 attacks on the big man.
Only 6? Oh yeah, you're level 12, not 14. Yeah.
Holy, what? That
I
is
think
not the
fighters
reaction I wanted.
Well, I think fighters unlock a 4th attack soon, because they're like, by level 20 they get 5. They're like fucking crazy, bro.
Wait, really? Oh, I thought that was like a level... I thought 4 was the max they ever
No,
got.
I mean, maybe I'm like schizo posting. At this point, I don't even know if I know D&D mechanics. It's been so long since we played. Wait, extra attack. Oh, it's action surge. They get more action surges. They don't actually get more.
Okay,
extra
yeah, that's
attacks
what I
level
thought.
5
All
level.
right.
Okay, anyways, so 6 attacks of your lance against Zemislaus Borovich.
I wish I had thought of this before.
Yeah?
But, I'm just curious now.
Yeah?
How tall was he before he grew?
Before he grew, he was like 6 foot. He was a human, very, very clearly.
And did he double in height?
He did indeed. He is a large-sized, 12-foot-tall giant.
Would that have counted as moving 5 feet while in my attack radius?
Certainly not.
Damn it. It was worth a shot.
It was worth a shot, but no, forced movement or growth and shrinkage, neither of these are considered movement.
Ducks. Alright. Mithril Lance. Oh, my fucking god, dude. This is... I will make it work.
That?
Alright.
Okay, that's a good number. That's a great number. That's a really good. These are really good rolls. Okay, that's a bad roll. Damn, your average
That's
roll
a
there was
5.
like,
There we go.
okay,
It bounces
17
out.
plus 17. I don't know if it does. 17 plus 17 plus 17 plus 20 plus 11, and then plus 1. No, 2. Yeah, your average roll there was like 14. What the fuck? It's so good. Okay, anyways, the first 3 and the 4, the 27, 30, 27, 27.
Yep,
all
I
hit.
get. Yeah, yeah, I got it.
Yeah, he gets it. Alrighty. Well, you're not entirely sure what it
decent
means that he doubled in size. Like, what the mechanical, like, what is he stronger? Is he hardier? Whether he's just like giga tanky naturally, or whether it's due to his scale, he is largely okay. He's not bloody, for instance.
Oh. Oh.
Not
Okay.
that he's unharmed. I mean, you just pierced him between
Yeah.
like the gaps in his armor, like 50. And his armor also scaled up, like specifically the runic plate scaled up with him. So even the gaps are bigger by comparison. So it's actually, it's harder, but kind of easier depending on how you look at it.
And that was let's see, that was 29,
50 something.
39, 49, 50, 58 damage.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Ugaba indeed. Alrighty. Well, your squadron can now act, and now they can actually take some attacks. So let's see, what is the most efficient squeezing pattern? I think it's this one, and then it's trample these corpses, and then this one, and then trample these corpses, and then this one. I don't see anywhere else that they could squeeze in. I think that's the most they can do. So.
Yeah, and then just have the others kind of keep bunching in.
Well, you don't want to do that in case they're not going to do that. They're too paranoid about AoE shit, like Fireball or whatever.
Oh, alright. Yeah, fair enough, I guess.
But they will move in, and technically this should be a spear, not a great sword, but... Actually,
I get the idea.
no, I'm adding a spear attack. 1 sec.
Oh, okay. Alright then.
One of the benefits of having the stats of most random weapons memorized is I just know spears are 2d4 in the context that we are using here. Alright, cool. So each of them get 2 spear attacks. This one is against the... Oh. Well, this one's against that knight. Hit.
Ooh,
And these 4 against the other knight. So we'll do the first knight. He takes... That's... For a normal knight, for a normal Tabrashan knight, that's actually pretty rough. He's not bloodied, though. That is a lot, though. Jesus.
Damn, dude, these guys are fucking tanky.
They are indeed.
Jesus.
Alright, boom, boom. These are to be clear, these are not normal Tabrashan knights. These are like veterans of Son of the Dragon, okay? These are the cream of the crop.
Alright,
Okay?
yep.
Alright, so that's, now the knight axe, he will, I think he'll, I'm trying to think if he aims for the horse or for the rider. Obviously for Mickey, you don't aim at the horse, but in the case of these guys, I don't know, I think he will just aim for the rider instead of the horse.
Yeah, aiming for Mickey's a bad op.
Yeah. He will Warhammer the rider twice. That's a single hit for 14.
Oh.
But your rider, like, your soldiers are pretty, they're not slouches either. 14 does not bloody a Mithdosian Equite. This may though. Nope. No. They're good. They're good. All right. So Zemislaus now gets 4 attacks because he is dual wielding Total Manipulators. But you are not the only person in front of him. So he's gonna swing twice at the person to your right. First one.
Oh my god.
Would hit, but the knight will parry it. So the Equite, as the mace is swinging for his shield to make contact, the Equite will pull the shield back and slap the mace with like his spear. But then the second one swings back, makes direct contact with the guy's head. It deals 21 damage, but then that's just the blunt weapon. Like, that's not the effect. Then you'll watch as like a button is compressed on this strange mace, and the whole thing kind of bursts, and instantly you are deaf. Like, you cannot hear anymore. You don't take you take like 1 thunder damage, but that's not the thing. You just can't hear anymore from the sound. But his body takes, it's a crit, so it does double damage. 73 damage, and he is dead. Like, instantly dead. Blood just like gushes from his nose, his eyes, his ears. He just slumps off the horse. That is a corpse now. So he's dead.
Does that say 16d8?
Yeah. So then he
I have a
swings at
sudden
you.
urge. I have a sudden urge to be elsewhere. Oh, rip! Oh, fuck.
So 24 misses.
I don't know. I don't want to. I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that.
Are you gonna wording maneuver again?
No.
That is insufficient. The
I
total
do have resistance though.
against what?
Whatever damage he does.
Oh, all damage?
It says. Let me read the. Fuck. God damn it. I have to get a different device to read my character sheet.
I know this isn't accurate, but I'm picturing you with like 50 monitors. Like each monitor has a different element of Roll20. You got the turn order, you got the character sheet, you got the chat. It's because it's such a fucked website, you just have all the components popped out.
Yep. It just says if the attack still hits, the target has resistance against the attack's damage.
Okay, so that will mean the bludgeoning damage is going to be reduced. The thunder damage, if it were to happen, is actually not the attack. It's a activated effect, so it's slightly different. But so this is reduced. 13 divided by 2. So you take 7 damage.
What was it, 7?
Yeah.
So
then
might as well be 8 from the one thunder.
he cannot actually press the
7.
button
Okay,
on this
cool.
one because it's a bonus action to press the button. So you are spared the manipulation this turn, but next turn, next turn, you're about to be manipulated, bro.
My God, I'm spared
also,
the gibleting.
The device itself, the one that like vibrated, it like opened up and revealed these incredibly complex, of course Maximus wouldn't call them this, but electronic components inside of it, which essentially were blasting a number of speakers, and those have since retracted, and it's once again just a long rod.
This is a horrible weapon.
Yeah, the doors made sick beats.
Is that what you want to call it?
Yeah, tonal magic, sick beats. I mean, it's basically the same thing. All right, this knight shall swing. Oh wait, he already went. Never mind. Skip that. Ignore Maximus. Your turn.
I have a sudden urge to not be here.
You didn't take it. You took like what? 7 damage? You're fine.
Yeah, that was just because he had to disintegrate the other guy.
Listen, the guy next to you just bled to death out of his ears, eyes, and nose. That could have been unrelated to the vibrations.
Something
Also,
makes me
your
think
death.
that
That could be
isn't
also
the case.
unrelated. You could have just developed like surface-related deafness for no other reason, unrelated to this situation.
I don't. Yeah, I shouldn't have warding maneuvered that last one, but oh well.
How many of those do you have?
Do.
Oh. Oh.
Yeah.
Well. You could just do the throw bodies at him strategy, but I'm just going to tell you now, your men do actually have morale. So far, only one of them's died, but if he starts like clobbering 2 guys a turn, I think they may have some problems with that.
Yeah, that's somewhat understandable. Well,
Yeah,
I'm
our
still in the
super cool
fight
Lord
now.
Judge rolls up and says, "All right, throw yourself at that guy until you're all dead."
Well, let's just do all reliable then.
Stab, stab. Yo, he stabbed! All right, second one hits.
Fuck.
All right.
15.
You pierce between a gap in his armor, and you actually hear a grunt from inside. There is a man underneath that armor. There's a human man, and he is hurting because you stabbed him. He's not actually a dwarven automaton as much as he may resemble one.
Thank God.
Yeah, thank God.
If he bleeds,
yeah.
he can be killed.
All right, this horse bolts away, and another equite takes its place. He will stab his spear towards Zemislaus's eye socket, both of which miss. These 2 knights will stab one of the knights defending Zemislaus's rear. I clicked that button, but it didn't roll. Oh, there it is. Oh God. Okay, no, it worked. All right, so we get 2 hits onto that knight.
Nice.
If you guys can fully flank Zemislaus, that guy's cooked.
Yeah,
and
that's
1, 2,
sort of the hope
3,
here.
4. Hopefully the other flanks are going well and you guys don't get encircled by the Tabrashans.
That's the hope.
All right. this Tabrashan Knight is quite injured, but he's still fighting like a demon, doing his best to,
Oh my God,
to
he
hold
really
these
is.
Mithdosian dogs back. That is... Nope, still not bloody. Now it's Zemislaus's turn.
Uh-oh.
So he gets 4 attacks, but he's going to swing twice at you. Second one hits.
Oh my fucking God,
It
dude.
only does 14 damage. And then he presses
No, it
the
doesn't.
button.
Yep, there it is.
And then he presses the button, and bro's about to get vibrated. So, all that happens, what actually happens here is he smashes this into your torso, and that pain is one thing. And then he presses the button, and what it feels like is the world around you kind of melts away, and the only thing you feel is a mind-shatteringly loud noise that seems to echo through you, and every part of your body starts to hurt simultaneously. And you're lucky it has like a fixed duration, like this thing only lasts like a second, because if it went on any longer, you think you would fucking die. It was the worst, most horrible torture of your entire life, by far. And I think you're still alive.
Yeah, I am. I'm not doing so hot at the moment, though.
Yeah. Well, now that he's activated the button, it's just a maul, so he's going to swing at the Mithdosian Equite to his left. Both miss. Without the vibration component, it's not nearly as spoopy.
What's his attack radius? Is it 10 feet now?
Yeah.
Fuck. God damn it.
Alrighty.
I just can't take another one of those, and I'm going to get hit next turn.
Yeah. I mean, hey, you have men for a reason.
Yeah, but I want to be able to attack as well as the issue,
Do you have
but
any
I
ranged
can't.
weapons?
I have a longbow, but
Yeah, I mean, gotta do what you gotta do. Also, Chowder brought this up. Your Equite do have javelins. They're pretty limited, and they've really low chance to hit, but the ones that are unengaged in the fighting, you could have them throw javelins if you want.
can I signal that while
Yep.
everyone is deaf?
Yep. I mean, it's just a hand signal. You can't hear... Normally on a battlefield, you can't hear each other either, so none of your commands rely on verbally being able to speak.
Oh, and he's 12 feet tall, so they, like,
Yes,
no one's in
correct,
each
yeah.
other's
Yeah,
way.
There's no line of sight blockage there.
Okay, well, I'm going to disengage and motion for them to
In
begin
before
that
he has
horribleness.
Sentinel, there is no disengagement. He doesn't have Sentinel, you're fine.
I know, you banned Sentinel.
Yeah, but I can cheat.
I guess that's fair. Yeah, you cheated with the Sentinel Polearm Master character I made, so...
Alright, where are you going?
I cannot move Mickey. I'm just,
Just move yourself and Mickey will apparate.
I'm gonna back up to over
All right,
there.
you back your horse up, holding his reins, and then with your right hand you make a sort of like long, holding like a shaft in the air maneuver. It's a it sounds weird, but it makes sense if you if you do what I'm doing in real life, like the hand gesture. Anyways, they're gonna throw the javelins now. So we'll start with the spears because those are easier. The javelins, there's gonna be a lot. So spear, we're going spear, 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 spear. These are all against the singular Tabrashan Knight. He's bloodied.
Nice.
That is a bloody
thank God.
Tabrashan Knight. Then 4 more spears against this other one. They managed to get a... Ooh, that's also bloody. Now we get the attacks against Zemislaus Burovich. Miss, 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 miss. Okay, we get 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So can you roll 13 d20?
Jesus. Yep, I
They're
can.
all targeting Zemislaus, of course.
Is there a way to manually, like, choose the amount? Oh, I can just do
You can just do one of these. Yeah, I was
that,
yeah.
and then that, and then
Oh, you're
that.
pressing the buttons instead of typing the message. Interesting. Okay,
Oh,
so
yeah. Typing
let me
it's
go figure out
cancerous
what
on
the
this.
number they need to roll. They need to get... It's a number minus 5. We need a 17 or higher.
That looks like 2 hits.
Okay, 2 javelins.
Fuck.
Most of them just like deflect off of the thick, this dwarven armor is designed like modern tanks. Like it has like sloped armor as well, and has like deflection points.
Christ.
So only 2 javelins managed to find gaps, which are only easy visible because of how big he's gotten, and they managed to lodge into his flesh. So that's 2d6 plus 6 total damage across the two javelins. They have 1 more volley of those. Alright, this knight digs in his feet. He'll protect Zemislaus to the last. This is not normal levels of Tabrashan morale.
They're going crazy.
They are. That's not a crit though. It's 9 damage and 13 damage. That is a bloodied Mithdosian Equite. Quite bloodied, in fact. And now it is Zemislaus, the Tabrashan Superman. He's going to slaughter and kill. He will swing towards the Mithdosian to his left. Contact. I think he just killed him with blunt force trauma. I don't even think he needs to manipulate. No, he's barely alive. So he'll do 1 final swing, which misses. A 4th swing. He should have manipulated. He should have fucking manipulated. He just He just crushes that guy's skull with the weight of the weapon, and he doesn't manipulate that turn. And that knight will fight to defend.
Oh my god, dude, their rolls are absurd.
You had an average roll of 14. What the fuck are you talking about?
That was on 1 turn, dude.
Yeah, that's fair. All right, Maximus. What's the plan?
I'm going to bonus action second wind.
All right. You can also take an action to perceive how the rest of the battle is going, but I don't know if you care.
I have larger problems.
Yeah. Yeah. Makes sense.
In fact, literal larger problems.
The largest problem.
Alright, I get a D10 plus my level. Oh, hell yeah, that's what I like to see.
Huge.
So that's 19 health. Which
Are you only
is...
level 11? I thought you were level 12.
I am level 12, so you're right, it's 20 health.
Yeah.
Makes the math way easier.
It does indeed.
Okay, I might be able to survive another bonk.
As long as it's not a crit, yeah.
Thanks for putting that worm in my mind.
You're welcome.
But there is unfortunately no room. Is there room to stab him? Oh no, anywhere I go that I can hit him, he can just hit me.
Correct. Yeah. You could
So,
go on the
yeah,
other side
they're
and
good.
try to angle away at hitting his knights, but I don't really see one. You could
yeah,
go
you're
on
right.
foot
They've sort
onto the far side.
Yeah, but then I don't have the 10-foot range.
Oh, so then
And
you're
he
just
does-
yeah,
and
then,
he
then
does
there's
have
a
the-
chance
yeah.
he just yeah. No, yeah,
Yeah.
that's true. I mean,
I'm just gonna fucking shoot him full of arrows.
okay. How many arrows do you have?
20.
Okay. You got like
See,
6
you
rounds of
remember?
arrows.
Because I said I stocked up on arrows
do.
before I
I
left.
do remember you saying that. Miss, hit on the last one.
Nice. Nice.
All right. He's still trucking. All right, your Equite. There's some corpses to be some riderless horses flee the battlefield, and a new one enters. And we'll start with this time. We'll start with the volley of javelins. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13 d20. Does that make sense? No, that doesn't, because one person... Wait, don't roll that. 9, 10, 11, 12... It is 13. Okay, I must have miscounted last time. So 13 d20, and this is the last volley of javelins that they can throw.
Plus what? I'm actually typing it this time.
Just type 13
Oh, wait, the
d20.
plus...
Yeah. And filter by 17 or above. So
Another
19,
2. Literally
20...
2
Yep, 2,
again.
but that's a crit, though, so it's 3d6 instead of the other. 12 damage? I think...
It did the exact same amount of damage.
That's a bloodied Zemislaus Borovich.
I think that might have been helped by the 54 damage I did at the beginning.
I mean, really, who's to say? 54 damage, 40 separate javelins.
Yeah, this is going poorly. Once we get them flanked, though, things will be
the knights
better.
are doing legwork back there defending Zemislaus. Alrighty. That's a hit. And that hits one of the equites. And Zemislaus, okay. This is his action, so he can't attack. But he is going to, with one hand, lift up the visor of his helm, and you see a puffy, red-cheeked man with a beard, and then he reaches down to his belt and chugs a potion, which is going to heal for whatever the highest level healing potion heals for, which I think is like 8d something.
I'm gonna lose my mind.
He's a player character in terms of stat block, so he's got quite a bit to go.
Oh my god, dude, what the fuck?
10d4 plus 20.
Jesus Christ.
And at his wounds heal, he lowers his visor, and that is his whole turn, though. Because it takes an action to drink a potion. Okay. The knights continue to fight behind their liege. Oh wow, that's a very good roll.
That's the third crit they've got,
yeah,
dude.
That is quite good for sure.
What is their modifiers? Their modifiers are only +7.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Yeah. All right, Maximus, it's your turn. You watch as that lumbering giant, his wounds, many of them stop bleeding altogether.
If I move to like right there, can I hit him from there?
Not on foot.
No, with Mickey.
Yeah, but he can also hit you.
I'm aware.
Okay.
Okay, I have nothing that would help me defend.
There is a way that you could hit one of his knights and still be out of his range.
All right, well, yeah, what's that way?
Well,
I
we've
want
been
to do
treating
that
these tents
instead.
like they're like boulders, but that's actually not true. You could just walk through this tent and just go like fight his knight in melee.
Can I not get Mickey like right there,
No,
and then
that's on
I'm
a
within?
tent.
Hey, he's a horse in full mithril.
It's not the fact that like horses can't collapse a tent if they bowl into them. It's just that like the logistics of I hit tent and then the tent collapses and then the cloth is like stuck on the horse. Like it just adds a lot of friction to the interaction. So the horses avoid the tents and the riders would rather just fight someone where they have some room to maneuver rather than like legs tangled up in a collapsed tent. If you want to sacrifice your turn moving there with Mickey, you can.
Well, see, then that brings up the issue because my on-foot melee is only 5 feet. There's literally nowhere I can get where I can hit them, and he can't hit me.
You may want to send your turn collapsing the tent then.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
All right, you walk over to the tent. You ride over the tent. You tear up some of its pegs, and on Mickey back, you can collapse that particular tent. Alrighty, following your signal, I think this equite will spend his turn collapsing that tent, so he can't attack, but, there's the... he's slightly more surrounded than he was before.
Can you have another one collapse that bottom left tent right there, so they can slot in right there?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Alrighty.
I'm gonna have to... Yeah, there you go. Well, I didn't mean to do that, but
Alright,
whatever.
so we get 4 spear attacks against Zemislaus. A single hit. Alrighty, and then 4 attacks against this random knight in the back there. Miss, and then 4 attacks against the knight here.
Oh,
that's a lot
my
of
God,
misses.
dude!
That is a lot
What
of misses?
in
That's
God's
pretty
greener
wild.
is
the Almighty's greener?
RNG Jesus doing to me?
Yeah, that's rough. The knight is going to swing. Honestly. Yeah, it's not looking good for the Tabrasians, I'll be honest. Especially, not so much Zemislaus, but the other 2 fellas.
Oh, thank God, dude. Alhamdulillah.
Alright. Zemislaus is going to action surge.
Of course he does.
So he's going to swing twice at this knight. Oh my God, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times? What?
Okay. Dude, incredibly
Wait, I think
based.
19 misses too. Yeah, they have defense. What is happening? Okay. Dude,
Okay.
I think that's every one of his attacks. Wait.
3,
1,
4,
2,
5,
3,
6,
4,
7.
5,
Here's one more.
Yeah. Okay, one more. And then he swings this at a different guy. Okay, that That's
Rebozo.
crazy. He missed 7 out of 8 attacks. What the fuck?
Well, it's good to see roll 20s being equal,
Okay,
and it's...
the one that hits, he's going to manipulate.
Yeah, one would
That
imagine.
night-
Okay, bye-bye.
That knight, like,
Bye-bye.
he hits him kind of hard, but not that hard, and then the knight just, like, like, he just evaporates. He just, like, falls off the horse. And you're already deaf, so it didn't even make a noise this time. It's just, like, a silent touch of death. My god. That's gruesome. I can't just... Those rolls were so fucking unbelievably bad. Wow, I'm, like, shell-shocked by that. That's crazy.
Oh, wow. Alright.
Alright, you have another bloodied Mythosian equite. Maximus.
Alright, let's deal with this last. Let's deal with that guy right there. Oh, I need the Steam Deck for this.
How many devices are you using to do this?
2.
Okay.
It's just that I'm on my iPad for most of the turn, because, like, most of it isn't me, but I need the Steam Deck to do actions.
Yeah.
But then I'm watching the result of those actions on the iPad, and it's...
Nice. Well, I assume this is towards the knight. Those
Yes.
all hit.
Nice.
Alright, and yeah, you stab him through the back knee, he kind of like falls to one knee, then you jam the lance up through the eye socket in his helm, and a man who fought for like half a minute, like for 30 seconds, outnumbered 3-1, goes down within 6 seconds of your arrival to 3 well-timed strikes. The equite, well, this one needs to leave. This guy's like literally on the brink of, like, a sneeze would kill him, so that guy's leaving. Or at least he's withdrawing further back. Same with this guy. He just watched someone get fucking tonal manipulated out of this world.
What's the range on them? Do they have a 5-foot range or a 10-foot?
They have spears, so they have a 10-foot range.
Okay, well, wait, then that means there's a more efficient circling pattern we could do.
Maybe, but being 5 foot with the spears also works, so.
But, like, there's a more efficient way.
You know, when he's literally surrounded on every single side, efficiency isn't going to matter too much, so.
No, it does. What do you mean? Like,
It's going to be fine.
No, you know how much health he has?
Not that much, it'll be fine.
Are you taking away my agency as the player?
I just don't think that you can control micro positioning of cavalry when they actually are fully encircled. It's just that actually, if you move back 5 feet and that guy moves forward 5 feet, actually your position will be more optimal for more lance. It's too much. You don't have that level of like minute control in 6 seconds.
All right, fair enough.
General strategy is fine, but like general strategy. All right, so all 8 of these attacks are onto that singular knight. So I think this guy's. I think that one knight you killed, I think, was like holding this whole defensive thing together. With him gone now, like it's actually getting bad. Yeah, he's dead. With it, yeah, that guy falls, then this guy looks over to see his comrade falling, and a moment later he gets a spear to the neck, and Zemislaus is now gonna get hit 6 times. None of which hit. Okay, maybe he's fine. maybe I spoke too soon.
He is gonna get bonked on the next turn, though.
Well,
hopefully.
Within his helmet, he speaks the word of a rune. He says,
"There's more."
Arde. You are not affected by this because you're not within 10 feet of him. But I'm gonna let you roll saving throws on behalf of your knights. So that is gonna be 7 Constitution saving throws. So just roll 7d20, and I'll adjust the stats accordingly.
Let me see if I have something that can help them here.
Yeah, if you can give them a buff to saving throws, that would be good.
No.
Yeah, you are just a fighter, not
no.
a paladin.
Yeah, there's a couple funky things in here, though, that I have.
Yeah, some of your cavalier abilities are cool, but I think they only apply to you and your mount most of the time.
Most of the time, yes. No. Yeah, nope, nothing I can do. Okay.
Alrighty, 70-20.
What do you need? Those were kind of bad.
Yeah.
Those were all very bad, actually.
Alrighty. So they have a +4. The DC is 18. So a 14 or they all
Literally.
fail. Literally all
of them
fail. Oh no. Well, this is not tonal manipulation. This is a slightly different, a slightly different ability. Actually, I think you remember. Do you remember this in Dwarf game? Blake played a character named Rurik, who is a. No, there was some runic fighter. I don't know who played this character. There was a runic fighter in that campaign. Do you remember this character? You played him. You played the Master Runesmith.
It was me.
Yeah. Anyway, it's similar to that. So he speaks the word, the rune comes into effect, but these are runes from the golden age of the Dawi, so a lot more strong than the modern ones.
God.
And the area around him, the earth cracks. Like the earth just cracks, and the equivalent of a shatter spell activates. But a pretty powerful one. So let me go find what the damage would be, because it's functionally an upcasted shatter spell. So shatter is 3d8, and then it's upcasted to 6th, so it's 3 + 4, 7d8 damage. Okay. Luckily for you, every horse and knight is still alive, but literally all of them are bloodied to the point where I'm not even going to update their tokens. It's too much. But every single person that is within 10 feet of Zemislaus is now bloodied.
Good thing it wasn't me, because that would have done horrible things to Mickey.
Also, unfortunately, activating a rune is a free action, so he still has his whole turn.
What?
Activating a rune is a free action?
Alex, I'm starting to think you kind of gave me a difficult task here.
Maybe.
This
Anyways.
seems to be getting less and less achievable as time goes on.
Hey, you got 54 men, you'll be fine, right? Anyways,
you said they were going to run away at some point, so...
At some point, yeah. Anyways, he swings his tonal manipulator at one of the knights, misses both, swings it at another knight. Third one hits. He would actually live that, but then he's gonna tonally manipulate him, and his body vibrates,
that makes
and he
sense.
falls off his horse.
And he sort of goes away.
It is funny because if you get rid of that particular aspect of these maces, they're actually like kind of shit. Like they're just not like, they're just worse than like an actual magical weapon. But then they, do crazy tech shit. Well, it is your turn, Maximus.
Can I peek over and see, will it be an action of some kind if I check and see how the rest of the battle's going?
It is indeed, yeah, a perception check.
Oh, I see, okay.
To be clear,
well,
unless you get like a natural 1, you're probably going to be able to assess what's going on, but there is still a check involved.
That seems an important thing to do at about this stage.
Alrighty.
Because if the other boys are doing fine, I can summon them over here to throw more meat into the grinder.
Well, you also have those 3 NCOs who do have slightly different stat blocks, so they would be, nice to have.
A perception check, you say?
I do say a perception check. The battle is over. You won.
Okay.
Basically, it is so obvious that, like, the 2 guys here and Zemislaus were the only people from the Son of the Dragon. Everyone else there were just the normal shitter Donoslavsky, like, cavalrymen, and it's so obvious, because it's not even like they fought the battle and lost. They just broke, like, immediately. Like, when they were faced with actual resistance, not just, like, random legionnaires that their leader slaughtered single-handedly, they got the fuck out of Dodge. Like, you can see a collection of about 8 of these cavalry fleeing eastward, like, back to their fucking home. Like, that's, like, 100 miles away. And then the rest are in various states of capture, killed, like, falling off their horses. It's over. It's just your men are cleaning it up, essentially.
Yeah, I'm going to do all that I can to summon literally all of them over here.
Yeah, you look towards the cornerstone and you raise your hand and you do like a circling signal, and you can't hear it, but you see his lips make contact with the trumpet, and he just starts to blare really loudly. It'll probably take 2 rounds before reinforcements arrive.
Alright, well, the good news is that because all of the riderless horses have fled, they won't see the carnage and destruction.
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, yeah. Dude, yeah, if they knew that they were about to approach, like, the Tabrashan, like, the weakest Tabrashan soldier, 12-foot tall giant. Yeah, that would be rough.
Wait, and they'll have more javelins, too.
They will. They certainly will. Alrighty. The dead Equites horses flee, and every single Equite that is currently adjacent to Zemislaus is going to rotate. So this round is like very chaotic. There's like horses like reeling backwards while other horses fly forwards. Zemislaus is like swinging his total manipulator wildly, trying to catch some of them as they retreat, but you know they're disengaging, so he can't. It is it's a wacky process. But they were all very fucking hurt. And now that the slate has been wiped clean, I'll try to be slightly more efficient with it, okay?
This is exactly what I was thinking, yes.
Yeah, so there's space that two can attack at a time where previously only one would fit.
Yep.
I know.
I mean,
I'm
that's
picking up what
basically
you're
it.
putting down. I'm shitting up what you're scooting up type shit.
Type shit.
Actually, I don't. They can't fit because you're in an awkward spot. Actually, you're the one fucking up the perfect circle.
Yes, I'm aware. That's fine. I'll move momentarily.
Okay, so this guy here is your last reserve. I just need you to be aware of that information. Okay.
For the next 2 rounds, yes.
Yeah. Now I'm just gonna have you roll this because this is a lot of dice. Now this is it's 16 d20.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Because they each get 2 attacks, yeah. So it's 16 d20. I think this is where Zemislaus is going to start having a miserable time. That's just, the sheer weight of dice is like, it's just too much. You can be the mightiest warrior ever, but it's just too much.
Oh, wait, no. Then I can just hit 4.
Yeah.
Yep, there we are.
Alright, so we're looking for, they have a +5, and they need a 22. So we're looking for 17s and above. 1, 2.
I got 1, 2. Dude, what the fuck is this?
You got 1, 2. You got 1, 2. Dude, it's the same damage as
my
the
god,
javelins.
what? All that 12 damage.
Zemislaus, similar to you, is actually going to spend the round, well, not the whole round, but he's going to spend his action perceiving. He looks around the battlefield, and I mean, you can't see into his like expression or his helmet or something, but you see like his posture changes a little bit. He seems to know that the battle is lost. And as a bonus action, he's going to second wind.
Okay, wait, that's good. We're starting to get him down into the deep levels of fighter abilities.
Yeah. Alrighty, Maximus.
Are we flanking him now?
Technically no. This is gonna be annoying for you, but to flank you actually have to be adjacent to the creature. So if you want to get peak flanking, you'd have to have me do the 5-footer thing.
Okay, next
but also,
turn.
I'm just going to let you know, doing the 10-foot thing and doing flanking is literally the same, because flanking lets you roll twice, and this just also lets you roll twice, like because you have double the number of people attacking him.
Yeah, but I would only lose 2 people, and I would get 2 more dice. I would get like.
Oh, I mean, yeah, I think flanking
1, 2,
benefits you in
3,
particular,
4, 5,
but it doesn't
6.
benefit like the combat, like your equites, but.
No, it wouldn't it? Because I'd only lose the 2 people from the top. If they moved in, he moved in, he moved in, those 2 moved in.
Maybe. We'll see. Either way, move as you will.
Fuck. If I go down, we definitely lost this bitch.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard to imagine Zemislaus leaving this situation alive through conventional means, because even if he kills you and every person around him right now, there are 35 people with ranged weapons that can still like harass him. And again, his horse isn't here. Like, again, unless he has like a teleport or something, he's pretty locked into this battle. He needs to kill literally 50 people or die.
If it gets real bad, I will move on in there. But for now, I will back up. Can you back me up 2 squares?
Yeah, certainly.
Away from him.
I assumed. Back you towards him.
You never know, dude. And I guess I'm just gonna pump 3 more arrows into him.
Alrighty, let's see how it goes.
Probably poorly, would be my guess.
I would imagine that as well. Your dex is quite bad. Yep. Yep. That's how I did it.
Blink, blink, blink.
Right. I'm assuming you're thinking something like this, maybe?
For the flanking thing?
Yeah, is this the formation you want? Because this is
kick.
This is 8 flanking attacks and 8 normal attacks.
I suppose yes, because then if I were to kick the 2 out, that would just it would be negated. Yep.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. This. Yes.
All
This right here.
Let's do. What's the easiest way to roll this? Let's start.
Well, that's 4 times 4
Let's just start with the 8 normal 8d20. Just start with the normal 8.
That's right. Yep.
Yeah, we'll just start with the normal spirits. Because
shit.
advantage is actually not the same as rolling double the number of dice. It's actually like mathematically different to that, so you just have to roll it like separately.
Yeah. 8d20.
Yeah.
4 and 4.
1 hit.
1 hit.
Huge. Massive even. No.
How much damage is it gonna be?
7.
All right then.
I'm gonna roll the advantage dice like this. It's definitely not the best way to do it, but it's what I'm gonna do.
Are you just gonna do?
Oh wait, I fucked it up. It's supposed to be 2d20 d1. There we go. It's supposed to be 8. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Wow,
6,
that's
7, 8. So that's 2 hits. Not bad. Not bad.
The first 4 were all below 10. That's wild.
Yep. Yep.
It did less damage than the javelins.
Zemislaus. Does he do it, Ethan? Does he do it?
He should wait around.
To do it?
Yep.
Yeah. You don't even know what he's doing. But you think he should wait to do
it? Yeah, I do.
I think, honestly, that's actually reasonable, even though you don't know the thing. And, so we will wait around. So he's going to do some total manipulation. He's going to swing at a Mithdosian, make contact. He's manipulating that boy. That boy getting manipulated.
That boy getting manipulated to the ethereal plane.
He slumps off his horse. And, man, imagine for the average Mithdosian soldier, like... It's one thing to see like a giant. It's another thing when his staff touches someone, they fucking die. Good God. And I guess he'll do the other 3 attacks on someone. That shit doesn't kill anyone. I don't think he's only killed 1 person with bludgeoning. Yeah. Well, Maximus, at the start of your turn, the tricklings of reinforcements will arrive. Tricklings, yeah. I mean, because there are still guys that are involved in cleanup, but each flank is starting to send like submen in your direction.
Okay.
So you get 4 this round that appear at the edge of the map.
That'll be 4. Well, 3 javelins, and hopefully 1 will rush into the breach.
Yep. Well, it's your turn.
3 more arrows.
Alrighty.
I'm gonna run out of arrows, and then what am I gonna do?
I don't know. Maybe shout at him.
I don't think that would be very effective.
Yeah, maybe not.
Uh-oh, fuck it, this is how I'm doing it now.
Okay, we're manually rolling. What is your modifier?
7.
7.
So, yeah,
only the
just
third one
the
hits,
deep.
yeah. Then I believe it's D10 for longbows. Let me check. It's D8.
It might be
roll
less.
2d8
Yeah,
plus
okay, yeah.
Dex mod, whatever that is.
That's 12 damage.
Okay, 12 damage. That's not bad, not bad. Alrighty. This is replaced by the last of your core reserves, and then these riders appearing at the edge of the map will ride to you. And you see one of them like lifts his visor, or I guess lifts the chain around his mouth and says something to you. You do not know what he's saying. Hopefully this is not a permanent thing.
One would hope.
You did get partially manipulated though. He did fuck with your shit. For real, for real.
I got vibrated.
Zemislaus does it. His lips move. Or I guess you don't even see anything. You just see one of the final rune on his chest starts to light up. His armor disappears. What remains is a 5 foot tall, 6 foot tall Tabrashan man holding 2 really oversized weapons that he can barely wield. His armor, much of his equipment that was attached to it disappears, so what's left is some trousers and an undershirt that's soaked through with sweat, and a helmet, because the helmet was not a part of the armor. So wherever that teleported, it's not in his grasp anymore. but he's still gonna go down fighting. So he drops one of the tonal manipulators, he wields the other one like it's a maul or like a baseball bat, and he swings it towards a nearby rider. So he gets only 2 attacks now.
Thank God.
That one misses, and then the second one makes contact. He presses the button, and you never noticed this before, but now you can notice it because he's not as big. When he presses the button, there's like a reverse reaction. Like, he's experiencing something. Whether it's damage, it seems very unlikely. It's probably just like kick or something, like some weird effect. But now it's like he's straining to keep the button held down, even for the second that it's held down for. And also, the guy survived. You and that guy both survived tonal manipulation.
Oh!
Zemislaus fell off, bro.
Huge.
All right. It is harder to flank him now, though, and you can't see him above the horses. Yep. So.
That's fair.
What are you doing? You could go on foot. Go in there and finish the job manually.
Then I'd have to get out on foot.
Yeah.
Because the moment he might bonk me twice. That's distinctly possible.
If he tonal manipulated you again, that would be very funny.
I'm right at the weird bit of health where...
Yeah, you could survive, but you also could die.
Yeah.
Who knows, man?
It's just not... Let me consult my character sheet.
At this point... Actually, no. Never mind. Continue.
I could just... Well, no.
Oh, also, at the start of your turn, more reinforcements. All right.
Sick. No. How does shoving a creature into, like, an occupied space work?
Can't. Not possible.
Gotcha.
Mechanically, if there was, like, a really specific thing you wanted to do, we could talk about it, but mechanically, it's impossible.
Well, he has no armor anymore.
Correct. He has whatever.
It's probably easy.
His AC is literally just his, like, 10 plus whatever his dex is.
I'll let the boys work on him for a round. See if
what
that.
a way to
see
describe
if that...
20 men stabbing a guy. Oh man. Well, no rotation. Well, actually, 1 rotation is needed because that guy got fucking tonal manipulated. Actually, I'm gonna give him a special token. That's Mark. We love Mark. He survived.
Huge. Mark is
short
based.
for Marcus.
Unfortunate. I thought he had a unique name.
No, he did not. Not at all. I don't know. Yeah, I think the formation stays the same. Now, it went from before, like, he was like a titan, like, battling 8 guys, to now it's just a guy in a circle of horses, and they're all just stabbing him. It's really sad now. And none of them get advantage, so it's just 16 d20.
Okay, then.
Chowder said the Julius Caesar experience. That's true. That it is the Julius Caesar experience. That is an accurate description. All right. Okay, and final one. Let me see what his new... okay, so they have a plus 5.
5, you said?
So anything that is a 4 or higher hits.
Oh my god. Okay, that is,
No.
That...
5 or higher. 5 or higher.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Okay. 12d6 plus... what's 12 times 3? 36. Okay. He went from, like, actually kind of holding his own to just being, like, peppered with stabs. It is only to the testament of his... Oh, wait. Never mind. I forgot something. When he increased his size, his health increased, and I forgot to proportionally adjust it when he shrunk in size. So he would have been at... He is stabbed to death. He is stabbed to death. He is stabbed like 10 times, and he takes like a single step and like reaches out towards one of the guys and tries to like press the button, but then he like slumps down into the dirt. And there's like a moment of long silence while they like stare at his corpse, waiting for some crazy magical shit to happen. And then one of your men raises his spear, and you can vaguely, even though you're partially deaf, you can still vaguely hear him like cheering in victory.
That's hilarious, dude. He just goes small and then just gets, just gets fucking poked to death.
Julius Caesar experience, man.
How did he think that was going to go any other way?
He probably didn't. It was probably a suicidal maneuver.
I suppose he just didn't want us to capture the armor, which is unfortunate because I really wanted that shit.
Yeah, that's like beyond legendary. It's invaluable. There is no price you could place on it. Well,
you
have some trophies
I'm
to collect.
Yes,
There
I do.
are two tonal manipulators and another magical item that could not be teleported away with his armor. It was in his pocket, in his trousers. It is a white stone that has a arcane sigil in it. Now, obviously, you don't know shit about magic. The only reason you even recognize what an arcane sigil is because you've had so many cast on you by traps and enemy wizards and all that shit.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But it's a magical rock in some way.
I can get this identified later. I'll stick it in my pocket.
Well, we are...
And then two
Yeah?
Two tonal manipulators, you say?
I do say two tonal manipulators, yeah.
Alright.
Well, we are at the time I promised you, so we can kind of smooth through the next little bit.
I was about to say, I'm good.
I mean, we're still gonna finish it up, but not like...
Oh, okay.
We're just gonna speed it up a little bit.
Cool.
All told, the Optio... By the way, your hearing is gonna return. It's just gonna take a while, and you're gonna have a ringing in your ears for the rest of your life. But, you know, what's a little tinnitus amongst friends? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly.
So over the course of the next 30 minutes, as you slowly get your hearing back, you will be informed of the full state of the battle, casualties, injuries. Turns out your flank lost the most men by far, not even close. The other two flanks combined lost one guy and suffered 3 injuries. It was like so unbelievably one-sided that it's hard to like fully encapsulate. Of the 24 enemies, you killed 3. Then there was 6 captured, another 10 slain by the rest of your band, and the rest escaped to the east, but it's hard to imagine that they will return without being led by Zemislaus.
Yeah, that makes sense.
You are still in the middle of nowhere, and the entire convoy is dead. Every single person that was on that convoy is dead. So... what are you to do to wrap up this situation? You have 6 prisoners, you have a convoy, you have 50-something, 54 minus...
Less.
50, it's 55 less. Minus like 6, so 49. You have 49 men still with you.
We'll just get some of them to drive the wagons and bring it into
Alrighty.
Bring it into the fort.
It's a slow journey. You're moving at a much slower pace. You have wounded now. You also have the carts. You also have the prisoners. So all of this just compounds and makes what would have been a 2-day ride into a 5-day journey back. It is painful because you're going to have to wait 3 extra days to get your fortune.
No.
I know, and I'm sorry, but it is what needs to happen.
No!
And when you finally arrive at the camp at Fort Bortul, the cavalry patrol that comes out to greet you immediately takes some of the wounded off your hand. When you reach the gates of the outer encampment, the prisoners are taken off your hand, added to the great prison camp that is already developing inside the legionary thing, because they caught lots and lots of defectors. In fact, as you continue, you're at the head cart, and you're proceeding deeper through the outer... Oh. We're having technical difficulties. We'll be right back. All right, we're back. That was fast. The prisoners you brought along with you were added to the prison camp, and as you continue through this war camp, and the various things, like you go through a checkpoint and this cart goes there, and slowly your century and your spoils are being doled out. You notice that there are a lot of prisoners in that prison complex that you go past that look like they're from Donos Lassi. That whole rebel army is disintegrating because people don't want to fight the Mithdosians. They are not made of the same stuff as the Son of the Dragon. And eventually you hop off the lead cart. Your sentry does as well. The carts are taken over by the logistical staff of the Legion. You send your sentry back to their camp, and you got the chance for a short rest and to clean yourself up, so you can go report to Escalatus?
Yeah, that sounds right.
I mean, I think I'm just pronouncing it wrong. I know it's the right name, and I know what I'm thinking of. Oh, it is how it's pronounced. Escalatus. Interesting. I thought it was like I don't know. I don't know how I thought it was pronounced. Anyways, yeah, you go to the keep, you climb the steps, and eventually you find yourself in the legate's office. The legate is not in. Escalatus is not in. Asking a guard, you can make your way to the top of the keep. And up here, it's like it's meant for largely defensive purposes. There's braziers up here. There's arrow posts in the event of a siege. This would be used to fire down on attackers. But at the moment, it occupies a sort of networking event. The legate is up here alongside a number of other officers. They're chatting, and you see that there are a number of boyars amongst them. It seems as if the court in exile of the exiled prince, the rightful ruler of Donoslaski, is up here on the roof, along with the various men that joined Mithdosica alongside him. The current topic of conversation, as you kind of like try to avoid disrupting it, seems to be the prince is trying to make an argument for why all the people who rebelled against the empire that have now defected to their side or like surrendered to them should be just recruited into their legion and used to like conquer Donoslaski instead of giving them the normal punishment of traitors.
Yeah, that makes sense.
The legate, you can't tell his vibe on this, but when Escalatus sees you, he will kind of like, exit from the central group of chatters. A couple people are looking towards you. You've clearly seen action somewhat recently since you haven't had a proper bath, and Escalatus will walk up and say, "Well, I got the reports from the forward scouts when they intercepted your convoy. Well done."
Thank you. That was, significantly tougher than I thought it was going to be.
He kind of chuckles a bit. Were the scouts exaggerating? Was he truly as tall as a giant?
He was about 12 feet tall at his biggest.
At his biggest?
He didn't get any bigger than that. Yes, yeah, he was normal sized to begin with, and then he got big, and then he got small, and then immediately after he got small, they all stabbed him to death.
They didn't mention the small part in the report.
Yeah, no, they didn't stab him to death while he was big.
Well, since you're only a guest attaché, I'll leave it to the Optio to write the full report for the Legionary records. There's also the matter of your spoils. You're a judge of the Empire, after all. You're entitled to keep that which you obtain. But I'm sure the Artifice would appreciate the manipulators.
He can have one. I have two. I'd like to hold on to one of them.
He nods. Well, let's...
you've someone who can cast Identify.
Certainly.
Alright, well, I'd appreciate that.
We can go do it now. I suspect this conversation between the Legate and the Kiage will be going on for quite some time.
Yeah, I imagine so.
He descends the steps with you, and as he does, like as you guys are walking towards the that room where the Artificer and the Wizards have their offices, he'll say, "For the last month, as we've been getting defectors and prisoners and everything else, the Kiage has been making that same appeal to the Legate. They must have had this conversation a dozen times."
And every time his answer is the same?
Let's put it this way. The Emperor's opinion on traitors is not very up to interpretation.
Oh, not particularly.
The Kiage argue since they are not Mithdosian citizens, they are not subject to our laws, and that as the rightful ruler of the territory, he should have the right to pardon anyone he wishes, and he wishes to pardon those who are willing to fight at our side. It's arguably a diplomatic issue, but, well, he hasn't escalated it to making it a big problem, and also he's not a Kiage. He rules nothing. And without us, he would be homeless.
Yes. Yes, precisely.
There's even, I've heard that there's talk in the Imperial family of full-on annexing Donoslaski once we retake it. We're practically ruling it already. There is no central authority beyond us and the rebels. Once they're gone, why bother reinstating the Kiage, make it an Imperial province?
I suppose that's up for interpretation. How would the people react?
He shrugs. I don't know. I don't bother thinking about these large-scale issues. It is the role of a soldier to fight and win his nation's wars, not to worry about the administration.
Fair enough.
And he opens up the door into the office. It seems as if many of the spellcasters were up there socializing, so there's only 3 people in here, one of which is a nerd, parentheses wizard. There's also the artificer, and a...
Nerd.
And then a person who is inspecting what looks to be a magical lamp. The reason you think it's magical is because it's burning blue fire.
Definitely a nerd.
Oh my god, they're all nerds.
He's looking at a magical lamp. What do you mean?
Escalatus will walk over to the wizard and he'll say, Arcanist, there's an object that the Lord Judge would like to have identified. I believe we have plenty of pearls on a retainer. And the Arcanist nods and extends their hand for the object.
It's actually 2.
They nod.
I'll hand him one of the maces, and then the weird white rock.
Yeah, the white rock is simple. It casts the spell Hallucinatory Terrain once per day.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
That's its whole ability. It will work for a couple of years, but it's a recent magical item. Like, it was made in the last year or so it's not going to last forever.
Okay.
The tonal manipulator, at least the part that, at least as far as this Arcanist can tell, is not magical.
What?
The Arcanist casts Identify on the shell of the mace and determines it is not magical.
Is there something I can hit?
There are many objects in the room that you can hit.
Is there something I can hit and won't get in trouble?
No.
Is there a chair?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I'll hit the chair and press... What? Nope,
I mean, you don't even need to hit the chair.
nope.
You can just, like, tap it.
Nope.
You want to go deaf?
Nope. Nope, yep. I remembered that little...
Dude, by the way, Zemislavs used that thing, like, 7 times in his hand. That guy was actually deaf. Like, there's no way to wield this weapon without actually causing permanent hearing damage immediately.
Yep, that makes sense.
You gotta wonder how the dwarves used it, you know? Like, what was it even for?
They probably... I don't know, they probably hit Ear Pro.
Dude, Ear Pro dwarf.
Like, I don't know what to tell you.
I'm just picturing a dwarf wearing, like, eye protection and giant, like red headphones. Yeah, with plastic.
I can still hear it in my ear, so, I mean, if you want to stuff some beeswax into your ear and go test it out in an empty field...
The Arcanist shrugs. I don't know what to tell you. It's not magical. I did cast Identify, and there's no response. It's as if it's a boulder or a common sword.
We're gonna come figure this out. Something both of us can stuff in our ears. A lot of it.
Yeah, I mean, you can take him out to the an area outside of the camp, well outside, because there's really nowhere in the camp where there's like no one within earshot.
Yeah, that's
so you
fair.
take him out to, you and him get on horseback on Mickey together. It's a very lovely moment. You ride outside of the camp. You approach a stray boulder. You have no idea. In the plains sometimes, there are just these giant fucking rocks that are just like sitting there. You have no idea how they got there. It's a quirk of the plains. But you approach this giant fucking boulder. You... You put the tonal manipulator on it. You don't even have to like swing. That was just for effect. You can just tap it onto the rock and then look at him, make eye contact. Both of you have like waxes in your ears. And then you press it. And the rock that's directly touching it shatters. Like there's cracks spread along the entire rock, and the area immediately near it, like where you made contact, blasts open like a detonation went off. It's a very different reaction in like rocks than it is in the organic material of a human being. Also, you notice that where you actually touched the tonal manipulator, it actually wasn't impacted. It was like a couple inches deep, which is perhaps why it can ignore armor. But yeah, I mean, you also notice, as I mentioned before, when you press the button, it's like the outer shell of the mace like splits off, and there's like these long struts connecting it to the center, and the core of the mace, which is like these series of, again, I don't even know how Maximus would interpret this, but it's like electricity. And then it blasts open a section of the rock, and then it, retracts and goes inert again.
If if I hold the button, what happens?
Your arm, that's the hand that's holding it, starts to vibrate.
Oh God! All right, I stopped. I stopped that.
You let go, and you realize now why he never held it longer than a second, because then soon he would be just like the thing he was hitting.
I'll take the stuff out of my ears.
Yeah, I mean, the Arcanist kind of puts their finger in there and goops out some wax. That shit's going to be in there for a couple days. But the Arcanist shrugs and says, "It's an incredible effect. I can't explain it."
All right, can I take both of them then?
It's the Arcanist, not the Artificer. You talked to the wrong nerd. Oh my God.
Wait, what? No, I thought
the Arcanist is a spellcaster. He's like a wizard that identified an item. He's not the Artificer. I will tell you though, the Artificer can't explain it either. He wants to study it. That's why he wants it.
Yeah, kid fuck nerd. The fucking Department of the. Oh wait, I shouldn't give it to the Department of Magic. I should give it to the. I should give it to the Department of War.
It's true. You don't care about the Department of Magic.
If I take it back to Nauseus and give it to the Department of War there, are they just going to ship it right back out here?
No, because it's Imperial bureaucracy. It'll take like fucking 2 years for anything to be done with it, because it's a really potent magic weapon that it can't explain its use. If you put it in the Imperial bureaucratic system, it'll be like put through Imperial bureaucracy. What he's asking you is for a personal favor that you just give it to the Artificer.
What?
That's what the Escalada says. Like, as a judge, you can do whatever you want. I'm asking that you give one of the manipulators to the Artificer so he can study it.
Oh, Escalatus is asking me this.
Yeah. Well, he said that on the roof. He said, "Can you give it to the Artificer?"
Oh, okay. Yeah. I'll do that then. Yeah.
All right. You leave one of the tonal manipulators in the hands of a young, chipper Artificer who cannot even remotely begin to explain how this thing functions. The wizard is of no help either, and by and large...
Hey.
Yeah?
Maybe this will put him on the map. Who knows?
So true. Maybe he'll actually do what all those wizards and artificers have been claiming they can do and recreate something from the golden age of dwarfdom.
I don't know about that.
Oh. Well, you return to your... Actually... What do you want to do? I mean, you're done. Like, the task is completed. Escalatus has returned to the roof to network with the legate and various boyars, because even if it's made an imperial province, the boyar structure will be kept in place. So this is, the future nobility of Donoslavsky. Your century is, I guess, squadron is recovering from the experience. Yeah. Is there anything you'd like to wrap up here? Classic. Another technical problem. He fixed the last one pretty quick, so we'll give it a second. Well, hi. Welcome back.
Alright, that time the Steam Deck died.
Nice. Well, where did it cut out?
Something about Bozo not being able to actually figure it out.
Oh, that's unfortunate. That cut off quite a bit. Basically, Escalatus is networking with boyars and the legate on the roof. Your squadron is celebrating, mourning their victory. Is there anything else you'd like to wrap up here in Fort Bortul before returning to Nauseus?
I don't think so, no. I think I'm about good.
Alrighty. Well, the ride back to Nauseus is relaxing. It's a cold journey. You're well into November at this point. It's the 16th. It's not quite snowy season yet. When it does snow, the plains look crazy because all the grasses get compressed by the weight of the snow, and it's just like endless white in all directions, especially in the northern parts of the plains. It's very freaky. But anyways, that hasn't happened yet. So you pass by various villages. You return to the judge's villa. It's still a quiet place. But clearly someone has been home because a letter is waiting for you on a small table in the foyer. It's addressed to Maximus Titus Gaius Ignia.
Oh boy. All right. Let's open this up.
It reads, Maximus Titus Gaius Ignia. Congratulations on becoming a senator of the Empire. Your name has been added to the ledger in Mythos, and by the end of the year should all be at all relevant record offices across the Empire. You are now eligible to hold the rank of Quaestor within the Empire, or as an acting aedile or tribune if approved by relevant authorities. The Senatorial Selection Committee, Department of Civility.
Wow, it happened.
Indeed. Indeed it did. And with that note, I want to say thank you, Ethan, for the session, as well as Pax up to this point.
I don't get to go to the bank?
I guess that should be the final scene, shouldn't it?
Yes, one would imagine.
Maximus, you make your way to the Department of Coin office in Nasius. Now, you would think I sold it to the Department of Magic, but we are talking about such a currency inflow that this needs to be managed by the Department of Coin. Because 24,000 gold coins, that's too much. They don't do that. That's not a thing they do. You're getting gold bullion. That is your payment. Specifically, you personally are going to be receiving about 20,000.
Oh, yeah, by the way, for this, all the paint on my armor, gone. I'm going shiny.
All right. Glimmering with mithril, you enter into the Department of Coin in Nasius, which is, of the Department of Coin buildings, a relatively small regional office. Most of its vaults are underground, so it's not that big. It's like 2 rooms that are open to the public. So you walk into the second room that's open to the public, and the clerks, they see the mithril armor, they see the judge's badge, and one of them, goes up to you and seems to assume why you're there, and you just confirm with a nod. And you descend into one of the buried vaults, and a gold bar, a pretty sizable gold bar, is worth about 500 gold. So, in total, there is going to be 48 gold bars in this vault. They have dollies. They have a whole bunch of different methods of moving it. They recommend you move it in an armored cart because it's a stupidly large amount of money. And they will, at basically free of charge, because this is such a colossal amount of money, they will move this amount to one place of your choosing in the city. If you want to move it outside, money starts coming into effect. But if you'd like to move it to the judge's villa, that can be done for free.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Let me go look something up real quick. So
this is like 2,000 pounds of gold.
No, it's 480 pounds of gold.
Jesus.
Dude, that is so much fucking money. Oh my god. Wait, how much is 480 pounds of gold worth today? Pounds of gold worth. Or I guess how much is a pound of gold worth? We just times it by. How much is a pound of gold worth?
16.
$22,000, and then 22,000 times 480. It's worth more in Valorous than it is in the modern day, which does kind of make sense. But that's equivalent to you'd be getting roughly $11 million in USD. But oh man. God, that's so much fucking gold, bro. Anyways, so with your 480 pounds of gold, you return to the judge's villa. You section out the bars. This one's for Rixion, and this one's for me. And you do that. Every fifth one is for Rixion. And by the end, you have the Rixion pile and the you pile. And then even there, you start to say, and this one is for the eventual villa I'm going to buy. And this one's for new Mickey gear. And this one. And it is so much money. Personally, you are receiving 19 million pence worth of value. Yeah, I mean, it's a disgusting sum. Hopefully that teleport scroll was put to incredible use, because otherwise they spent a lot of money for nothing. And yeah,
Rip bozos.
Is there any immediate short-term expense or something you'd like to do with this colossal amount of money before we wrap it up? Do you want to send anyone a gold bar?
It's like such a large sum that I need.
I need stupidly large sum.
I need some thinking time.
Just to contextualize something, because Pax kind of power scales a bit wackily. A single gold coin to a street urchin is literally life changing. If you gave them a gold bar, they would have a fucking embolism. That's actually it's so much money. People would kill for a single gold bar, and you'd have 480 pounds of gold in a single bedroom in your shitty villa in Nasius. Yeah, I mean, this is basically your entire worldly possessions in the form of gold.
There is one thing I need to do.
Yeah.
I feel like having this in my bedroom is just like in there is a bad idea. You should
probably put it back into a bank.
Yeah.
So I think actually you have on your sheet, you have a little feature called Banks Vault, so you can update it with this. You have 19,000 gold worth of gold bullion in your personal vault.
No.
What?
Okay. I don't know. That's just...
It's a lot?
It's just so much.
It's a lot, yeah.
It's just
it is
so
probably
much.
The most money that has ever been written on a character sheet. I think there's characters who have access to more wealth, theoretically, but like written on the sheet, I think 19,000 gold is probably the largest amount ever. Like Thandria, obviously, once he had his businesses and stuff, had way more than that, but it wasn't in like liquid cash. Yeah, and it's in bullion too, which is distinct to coins in the sense that it's like doesn't have a nationality. Like you could trade these in any place on the planet and they'd be accepted and just as valued. So yeah, it's a lot. This is more than
like Thandria. This is more than Aeolian.
More than Riemann had on this person. Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot of money. What's even crazier?
How did I get this? Didn't I just like pick this up because no one else bothered to?
I think it was on the Gela Isle. There was some spellcaster you guys were fighting, and he had a teleport scroll, which is like crazy valuable because it's so high level. And I don't think anyone like clocked that. And I think you were just being a little loot goblin, and no one stopped you. And then when you actually figured out how much it was worth, oh, you know what it was? It was during because Rixion was there, so it had to be during Criminals and Hucksters, which means it was probably the Sons of the Republic, like sleeper cell. It probably was that. I don't know what else it would have been. Either way, it was stupidly valuable. No one like stopped you from taking it other than Rixion, and then because Rixion knew about the scroll and all that stuff, you like gave him his share. That guy's $5 million now. I'm sure he'll spend it on some dumb religious shit, but
yeah, probably building a giant cathedral or some shit. Is anyone else home?
Probably not. I don't think. Technically, the thing is, I don't actually know because Grania and someone else. Premius. Yeah, Grania. No, just Grania and Premius. I don't actually know what they're doing for this time, but I suspect they'll be busy. Yeah, because they both have pretty long lists of things they want to get done.
Shucks, I can't share this with. Well, not share, but like rub in their faces.
Well, I think that brings us to the final thing, which is
yes.
This is obviously you know this, but more to share with Chowder and whatnot. Scheduling going forward with Ethan may be difficult. It's not that he's out of the campaign or whatever. If he can find the time for it, he will show up, but it's certainly not guaranteed. So if for whatever reason the scheduling becomes impossible and you can't attend another one, I want to say thank you very much. Maximus is a really neat character.
Been a great time.
Yeah, and hopefully you can come to more and show off your immense wealth to the other judges. And the final thing that I would like to wrap it up with was, at the start of being an Imperial judge, you were returning from being a cripple, and you weren't sure how you would really reintegrate into Mithdosian society. And weirdly enough, you had like a horseshoe character arc. Like you didn't really reintegrate into Mithdosian society. You just reintegrated back into the military. But it's still carried him forward in a certain type of way. But
yes, it did.
Either way, next session of PAX is going to be a main session with the whole crew. Well, 4 out of 5 of the crew guaranteed, maybe a 5th member of the crew. And we'll be back into normal sessions after that. So thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Bye.